85. The Faithless Wife. A man of the Ê'naxxî'daq at Kîksa'dî lost his wife. When she was dying she said to her husband, "When I die, don't bury me. Keep me out of the ground." Bodies of common people used to be put into the ground for a little while before they were burned, those of high-caste persons being put into a house. So, when she died, instead of burying her, he placed her body up on a high place. This woman knew, however, that she was not going to die. She spoke as she did because she was in love with the son of the chief. The chief's son was also in love with her, and, when he knew that she was put away, he went there at midnight when her husband was asleep, took her out, and carried her to his own house where he kept her in the bedroom at the rear. The chief was so fond of his son that he did everything the latter asked of him. This was the only house in that town that had a fire in it at midnight, and the people wondered what was the matter. The chief had his slaves get breakfast for the young couple before others were up. The man whose wife had left him had a little girl whom he would humor very much, and she was in the habit of roaming from house to house throughout the village. One morning very early he said to the little girl, "Run out and get some fire." As the chief's house was the only one in which she could see smoke, she ran there after some, and, as soon as she entered, saw her mother sitting with the chief's son. As soon as her mother saw her she hid her face, but the girl watched her closely. She walked directly out with the fire, however, without speaking. When the little girl reached home with it she said, "Father, my mother is at that chief's house." "Which chief's house?" said her father. "The chief that lives up on the hill." Then her father said, "What makes you say that, child? Your mother has been dead for some time." Then he took her hand and said pityingly, "Poor child, your mother is dead." He began to cry as he held the child's hand and then said, "I will go and see the place where I put her." So he got another to accompany him, and they brought the box down. It felt very light. When he opened it was empty. Then he thought to himself, "I am going to make certain of this." About midnight he saw a fire at the chief's house. Then he climbed up on top of it, looked down through the smoke hole, and saw his wife sitting there playing with the chief's son. She looked very happy. When the man got home he said to himself, "What can I do?" He thought, "How can I become a wizard?" So he did everything to turn himself into a wizard. He went among the graves, and played with the bodies and bones, but could not become a wizard. Then he went out to an island in front of the village and played with the bones of the dead people that were there. Finally he got hold of 2 shoulder blades with which he fanned and rubbed himself and all at once he fainted. Then he thought he would try working them like wings, and sure enough he began flying along very rapidly. Now he determined to go to the place where his wife was living. First the man went up into the woods, procured very hard limbs and began to split them. He made the points very sharp. Then he stuck them into grease and burned it off in order to harden them. He took these along with him and crawled up on top of the house. Then he flew down through the smoke hole. He bewitched everyone in the house so that all slept soundly, passed into the rear bedroom, and stuck the sticks into the hearts of his wife and her lover so that they died. Early next morning, when the slaves got up as usual to wait upon the young people, they were kept waiting so long that they were surprised. They thought that they were sleeping very late. Finally they went to see what was the matter and saw them lying in each other's arms with the blood flowing from their mouths. The news was soon all over the village. Early that same morning the woman's former husband took his gambling sticks and came out to gamble. He pretended that he knew nothing about what had happened. When persons came to gamble with him he shouted out as people do when they are gambling, "These are the sharp sticks. These are the sharp sticks." People wondered why he said it, and much whispering went on while they gambled. The man looked very happy. 86. The woman who married the dead man. A woman belonging to the Kâhâ's people, Ê'naxxî'daq, whose father was a chief, was kept very pure and had a girl accompany her always. One day, as she was going out with her servant, she tripped over something and on looking at it found that it was a skull. She said, "Who can the bad person be who has brought skulls near my father's house in the place where I was going to walk?" She kicked the skull to one side and walked straight back into the house, for she was frightened. The same night this girl thought she dreamed that two boys came to her. They were two chiefs' sons who were dead, and it was the skull of the elder that she had kicked out of the way. It was really no dream, as she at first thought, and she married the elder youth. These two chiefs' sons had met with some accident together, and so they always traveled in company. Next morning the chief said, "What is wrong with my daughter? She isn't up yet." Then he called the servant girl to go and awaken her. So the girl ran to look, saw the young men there, and told the girl's mother that she was married. "Well," said the mother, "whom can she have married? She did not know anybody." After that the girl and the young men rose and came down to the fire to have something to eat. Her husband looked to her like a fine young man, but everyone else could see that he was a skull. They were very much frightened. At that time the people there had very little food, and presently the girl's husband said to her, "Has your father a small canoe?" "Yes," she said, "he has a small canoe. Ask him for it and for spears and arrows." Then the girl said to her mother, "Mother, he is asking for a small canoe. They want to go hunting." Her mother humored her, for she was afraid she would go off with that man. But when they looked for the canoe it was already missing. Afterward the young men acted in the house just as if they were in canoes, going through the motions of paddling, spearing seals, etc., and the girl was ashamed of them. In the evening they said to each other, "Let us camp." The people of the village could not see what they did or hear what they said, but the girl could, and she felt very uneasy. Then they pulled off the painted boards from her father's house and began to cook. After that she saw them act as though they were coming back bringing a load of dead seals, etc. To the people it seemed as if they were still in the house. Presently the girl called to her mother saying, "Mother, they are in already. They want someone to go down and bring the things up from the canoe." Then her mother said to the people, "There is a canoe down on the beach, and they want you to go down and bring up what they have killed." It was late in the evening, and, sure enough, when the people went, they found the canoe loaded with all kinds of fishes, with seals and sea lions. Then the chief gave the head man of each family a seal and fed the entire village with the food which they had brought in. After that the people had plenty of ground hogs, mountain sheep, etc., with which these two men provided them. The two men began to come to life and were beginning to look like living beings. It was then that people found out who they were. When they got up in the morning they could be seen very plainly, so the chief got some marten robes and put them upon his son-in-law and his son-in-law's brother. They were both very industrious. In that same house was a girl who became very angry with the younger brother, after she saw who they were, because he paid no attention to anyone but his brother's wife. She marked the place where he used to sit with human blood, and as he sat on this blood eating he dropped over dead. The other lived for some time afterward, and the girl who had destroyed his brother tried to draw his attention to herself also. But he was too fond of his wife to think of her in the least. Then she marked his seat with blood, and he in turn dropped over dead. 87. The Return from Spirit Land. The wife of a young man who had recently married, died, and he was very sad. His father was a chief, and both he and the parents of the girl were still living. The young couple had been married for so short a time that they had no children. The night that his wife died the young man remained awake all night unable to sleep, and the second night it was the same. Next morning he thought that he would walk out, but finally concluded to wait until after his wife's body had been buried. The body was taken away late that afternoon, and early next morning he put on his leggings and his other fine clothes and started off. He walked all day and all night. Daylight dawned upon him still walking. After going through the woods for a long distance he came to a very large valley. There had been a creek there which was now dried up. Then he heard voices, which sounded as though they were a long way off. Where he was traveling the trees were very thick. Finally the youth saw light through the trees and presently came out on a wide, flat stone lying on the edge of a lake. All this time he had been walking in the death road. On the other side of this lake there were houses and people were moving around there. So he shouted out to them, "Come over and get me," but they did not seem to hear him. Upon the lake a little canoe was going about with one man in it, and all about it was grassy. It looked very nice. After the man had shouted for a long time without receiving any response and had become tired, he finally whispered to himself, "Why is it that they do not hear me?" Immediately a person on the opposite side of the lake said, "Somebody is shouting." When he whispered, they heard him. "A person has come up, Ê'naxxî'daq, from dreamland," the voice continued. "Let someone go out and bring him over." They carried him across, and, as soon as he got there, he saw his wife. He saw that she had been crying, and he raised his hands and looked at her. He was very happy to see her once again. Finally the people asked him to sit down in the house, and, when he did so, they began to give him something to eat. He felt hungry, but his wife said, "Don't eat that. If you eat that you will never get back." So he did not eat it. After that his wife said to him, "You better not stay here long. Let us go right away." So they were taken back in the same canoe. It is called Ghost's Canoe, Atcgû'k, and is the only one on that lake. And they landed on the flat rock where he had first stood calling. It is called Ghost's Rock, Atcgû'k, and is at the very end of the trail. Then they started down the road in which he had gone up. It took them the same length of time to descend it, and the second night they reached the youth's house. Then the young man made his wife stay outside and he went in and said to his father, "I have brought my wife back." "Well," said his father, "why don't you bring her in?" They laid down a nice mat with fur robes on top of it at the place where they were to sit. Then the young man went out to get his wife. When the door opened to let them in, however, the people in the house saw him only. But finally, when he came close, they saw a deep shadow following him. He told his wife to sit down, and, when she did so, they put a marten skin robe upon her, which hung about the shadow just as though it were a person sitting there. When she ate they saw only her arms and the spoon moving up and down but not the shadow of her hands. It looked strange to the people. After that the young couple always went about together. Wherever the young man went the shadow could be seen following him. He would not go into the bedroom at the rear of the house, but ordered them to prepare a bed just where they were sitting. Then they did so, for they were very glad to have him back. During the day the woman was very quiet, but all night long the two could be heard playing. At that time the people could hear her voice very plainly. The young man's father at first felt strange in his son's presence, but after a while he would joke with his daughter-in-law, saying, "You better get up now after having kept people awake all night playing." Then they could hear the shadow laugh, and recognize that it was the dead woman's voice. To what the chief said the woman's brothers-in-law would add, "Yes, get her out, for she has kept us awake." The nephew of the father of this girl had been in love with her before she died, although she did not care for him, and he was jealous when he found that her husband had brought her back. One night she was telling her husband that she was going to show herself as she used to be and not like a shadow, and that she was going to remain so permanently. Her father's nephew had covered himself up at the head of the bed and heard everything. Her husband was very glad to hear this, but, while they were playing together afterward, the man who was listening to them thought that he would lift the curtain they had around them. The moment that he did so, however, the people in the house heard a rattling of bones. That instant the woman's husband died, and the ghosts of both of them went back to Ghost Land. 88. The Sky Country. A certain man's wife was taken away from him, and he longed so much for her that he thought he would follow her along the beach. He was half crazy. When he went out and thought he was walking along the beach, he was in reality in a wide trail which ran through the woods. As he went on he saw where people had been camping, and from the dentalia shells left by these people he made a beautiful necklace. For a long time he wandered on with his head bent down, and, when he looked up suddenly, he saw smoke ahead. He walked toward it very fast. When he came close he saw a woman tanning a skin. He showed her the necklace he had made and said, "I will give you this string if you will tell me where my wife is." The woman answered, "She is over there at the next camp." So he finally reached her, and he remained with her for a long time, thinking that he was among his brothers-in-law. The people of the village where this man was staying, however, hated him and wanted to burn him to death. After they had kindled the fire and were dragging him toward it, he said, "Oh, how happy I am! I want to die. I would rather you killed me right away than be as I have been." When they heard that, they stopped and began pulling him toward the water instead. But he said that he was afraid of water, and, as they dragged him along, he struggled hard and seized everything about him. At last, when they did throw him in, he came up again in the middle of the lake and looked at them. Then one of the people said, "See him. He is out there looking at us." The man laughed at them, saying, "Don't you know that all of the waters are my work? How foolish you were to put me into the water just where I like to be." He said this because he was a good swimmer and there was a great deal of rain in his country. Afterward he stayed in the water all the time he was there. All this while the man had really been up in the sky, and now he wanted to get down. So he and his wife started back together and came to a house where lived a certain woman. She was really the spider and the house her web. Then this woman put them into a web and began to lower them to the earth. Before they started, she said to them, "When you get caught on anything, jerk backward and forward until the web comes loose." The things she thought they might get stuck upon were the clouds. In this way the man and his wife reached the earth safely, and afterward the web was drawn up. Then they lived happily again as they had been living before the woman was taken away. Texts 89. The Origin of Copper. All these stories, with the exception of numbers 100 and 106, were obtained at Sitka. A chief lived in the middle of a very long town. His daughter was fond of picking berries. Once she went for berries with her father's slaves, and while picking far up in the woods she stepped upon some grizzly bear's dung. "They always leave things under people's feet, those wide anuses," she said. When they wanted to go down, her basket broke, and her father's slaves picked up the berries and put them back for her. Very close to her father's house it broke again. Then one said to her, "Now pick them up yourself." While she was putting them in, a man came to her whirling a stick in his hand. "Let me marry you," he said to her. Then he started off with her. He went up toward the woods with her and passed under two logs. These things which looked like logs were mountains. The people missed this woman. For that the people were called together, and they searched everywhere for her. It was the grizzly bear to which the high-caste woman had spoken angrily that married her. The grizzly bear people kept going after salmon. After they had gone, her husband went out after wet wood. She, however, always collected dry wood. When they came up from the salmon place they threw off their coats. They shook them. Something in these like grease would burn in the soaked wood. The woman's dry wood, however, always went out. It was not long before they did something to the high-caste woman on account of it. When they went out again, the woman saw smoke right under her foot. A grandmother mouse was coming out from under a little hill. It was that which was going to help her. "Come in, grandchild," she said, "these are very dangerous animals you are among. The grizzly bear people have carried you away." She told her the truth. Then she gave her advice. "Over there is your father's home." So next morning when they were gone after salmon she started running in the opposite direction. When they came home at midday the grizzly bear people missed her. The woman's dress had rotted up there. After she had crossed one mountain she glanced behind her. It looked dark with grizzly bears. When they gained on her she began crying for her life. She came out on the edge of a lake. In the middle of this big lake a canoe was floating wearing a dance hat. It said to her, "Run this way into the water." Then she ran into the water toward it. She was pulled in, and it went up with her into the sun. The sun's sons had married a cannibal. 90 Whomsoever they married never lasted long before they killed her. Now, however, they liked the one they had just married. To make way for her they killed the cannibal. They killed her over at Tsimshian town. They chopped her into very fine pieces. This is why there came to be so many cannibals there. They could see the Tsimshian town. When the sun got straight up over her father's town, they said, "Here is your father's town." Very soon they had a child. Their father's canoe, a grizzly bear canoe, stood at the end of this town. The canoe could hear. They loaded it with things. They put grease inside of it for their father-in-law. Then it walked away with them. After it had walked on for a long time, it would stop suddenly. This was because it was hungry, and they would then break up a box of grease in front of the bow. They came in front of their father-in-law's house. Then she recognized her father's house, and went up in front of it. Then her brother came into the house and said, "My sister has come and is outside." But his mother beat him because he claimed to see his sister who had been long dead. His mother went out. It was indeed true, and they were coming ashore. They did not see them, her husbands, however, for they were like streaks of moonlight. Now, after they had brought all their things up, one went out and said, "There is nothing there." The wife said, "That moonlight down there is they. Tell them to come up." So people went to tell them. They came up. Then the sunbeams lay alongside of the woman in streaks, and their little son in front of them was also like a sunbeam. After they were seated inside of the house, they began to appear as if coming out of a fog. "Eat something, my daughter," said the chief. Then a very young man ran to get water for them. But her husband took a fishhawk's quill out, and put this into it. If it bent over on account of the wet, the man had not behaved himself. After they had examined everyone, she sent her little brother, and her little brother always brought water for them. When her brother went away, she took her husband's bucket for the water herself. But after she had been twice, a man near the water seized her hand. And, when she brought it into the house and set it close beside her husband's, they put the fishhawk's quill into it. This time, after her hand had been caught, the quill bent over with slime. Then they started to get up to go outside, away from her. She would catch first one and then the other, but her hands passed right through them. Then they ceased to see them. Their canoe, however, ran about on the lake. After that, the son's children began to wish that filth would kill their son. This is why poverty always kills a little boy when his father dies. After her little child had begun to suffer very much, they compelled him to go outside with his mother. She made a house with branches at the other end of the town. There she stayed with her little child. She continually bathed her little child inside of the house of branches, and he grew larger there. People kept throwing the leavings of food on top of their house. They always called him, "This man living here." They would laugh at him. Whenever the little boy ran out among the boys who were playing, they said, "Garbage man." Now he said to his mother, "Make a bow and arrows for me." And, after she had made them, he went out shooting just at daybreak. He shot all kinds of things. When he was getting to be a man, he kept going up close by the lake. After he had gone up there many times, something came up quickly toward him. Its mouth was red. After it had done so twice, he asked his mother, "What is that, mother?" Then he prepared a new spear. When it opens its mouth for you and puts its 4 feet up on land, run down to it. It is your father's canoe. So he went there and it opened its mouth for him. His mother had said, "Shoot it in the mouth," and, when he had shot it, it was heard to say, "Ga," like a raven. It was as if its seats had been all cut off. It was a copper canoe in which were wide seats. The canoe was nothing but copper and broke entirely up. Throughout the night he carried it into his house to his mother. No person knew of it. Now he began making a big house out of copper. He would pound out spears and bracelets under the branches. In those days there was no iron or copper. He also pounded out copper plates. Then he set them all round the inside of the house. When they threw garbage upon his house, they kept calling him, "Pounding Chief." After he had finished the house, there were plenty of copper plates which he kept pounding out. When they laughed at him and he ran outside, they would say, "Garbage man." There was a chief's daughter whom they would let no one marry. After people from all places had tried to get her, he prepared himself. He dressed himself at night. He took a piece of twisted copper. He knew where the chief's daughter slept. He poked the woman through a hole with this copper roll, and the woman caught hold of it. She smelt it. She did not know what the copper was, no person in the world having ever seen copper. Then he called to her saying, "Come outside," and she went outside to him. "Go down to my house with me. With me you shall stay," he said to her. She did not know whence the man came. The man that used to be called Dirty was only going to the beach with her. Just before she touched the door it opened inward. The copper door shone in her face. Whence were all those coppers that stood around inside of the house? Then he married her in his house. By and by the people began searching for that woman. They missed her for many days. 2 days were passed in searching for her. Then her father said to a slave, "Search below here." The slave searched there for her. When he had looked into the house the slave backed out. It began shining in his face. Then the woman's husband from inside the house said to him, "Come in. Do not tell about my house," he said. "Say Garbage Man has married her." When he came into the house he told about it. He said, "Garbage Man has married her." Then they started to rush out. Her mother cried, "My daughter." Then they rushed to his door. They kicked into the house, under the house made of branches. "Damn," it sounded. It shone out into her face, and they started back from the house door. Where was their anger against him? Then she became ashamed. After they got home he sent for his father-in-law, and he put 8 coppers on him because he had married his daughter. Then they threw the branch house away, letting the copper shine out. But his father had done this purposely to him in order to help him. So even now, when a man is poor, something comes to help him. This shows how valuable copper was at the place where this happened. Even lately a copper plate used to cost 2 slaves. It has since become an everlasting thing there, i.e., it is now used there all the time. 90. The man who was abandoned. People living in a long town were suffering from famine. A certain man stayed with his uncle, who had 2 wives. The people were very hungry. This man was always sleeping, for he was lazy. When their food was all gone, they started away from the lazy man to camp, but his uncle's wife threw some dried fish into a hole beside the house post for him, while she was walking around back of the fire. Then she said to him, "I threw a piece of dried fish into the post hole for you." He would put a small piece of this into his mouth. When he took it out, he would go to sleep. He always had his head covered. Suddenly something said to him, "I am come to help you." When he looked there was nothing there. At once he fell asleep. Hunger was overcoming him. At once he prepared himself for it. What was speaking to him was a small thing running around him. Its teeth were long. Then he took it away. He put it among his rags, and fell asleep again. Then he dreamed that it said to him, "Put me into the water." When it was getting light he did so. He went down into the water with it. He kept throwing it up and down in his hands. Saying, "You came to help me," he threw it into the water. Where he threw it in, the water smoked. And when it was getting dark he covered his head. When day was beginning to dawn he heard the cry of the raven below him. A halibut had drifted ashore there, and the thing that was helping him was at its heart. Quickly he built a house. He built a big one. In the morning he went down to the beach with his helper and let it go. Toward daylight he again heard the ravens call at the beach, and he ran down. Then 5 seals were floating below him, one behind another. His helper hung around the neck of the 5th, and he took it off. One could not see about inside of his house on account of the drippings. His uncles who had left him, however, were suffering from famine. Suddenly some mountain sheep came out above him. He let it go among them. Then all fell down. The inside of his house could not be seen on account of the great abundance of food. Now when his uncle thought that he had died, he sent someone thither to burn his body. His slaves that he told to go after him came thither, and he called the slaves into the house. They came up. He gave them things to eat, and they remained with him one night. One of these slaves had a child. Then he said to them, "Do not take away anything." The little slave, however, threw a piece inside of something. "Tell your household that you burned me up." He left those directions with them. When they reached home that night, the baby began to cry, little fat," the slave's child began to cry out. There was a great famine in the town whither the people had moved. Some among them had died. Then the chief thought about the way the slave's baby was crying. He kept crying louder, little fat, be cried. His mother said, "He is crying for the inside of a clam." But the slave had a piece of fat on her side for her baby. She sat up with it. Its mouth was greasy all over. At once she confessed to him. She said to her master, "He is there. The things that he has are many." Then all started thither. Indeed, it was a great quantity of things that he had. The wife of his uncle who had hated him tried to make herself look pretty, but when she wiped her face something got inside of the rag and she cut her face. But the one who had thrown something into the post hole for him, he thought kindly toward. Then the people moved to him. He willed, however, that the food should not fill his uncle or his uncle's wife. Just where they lay, his uncle and his uncle's wife were dead. So he married the other wife that helped him. The food his helper obtained for him, however, he sold for slaves. The people came to him to buy everything. Afterward he fixed a little box for the thing that had helped him. No one ever saw it because it was kept out of sight. One day a whale came along, moving up and down, and he let his helper go at it. In the morning the big whale floated up below on the beach. When all were busy with the whale he forgot his helper. It was hanging to the last piece. When they took up the whale he forgot it. And because he forgot it all of the people were destroyed. This is why people say to a lazy man even now, "You will be like the man that was abandoned." All the things that had been killed came to life. Some ran into the water and some into the woods. The people were completely destroyed. 91. The shaman who went into the fire, and the heron's son. For another version of the first part of this story, see Emmons, The Chilkat Blanket, in Memoirs of American Museum of Natural History, 3, 333-334. A little boy's friends were all gone. His uncle was a great hunter, and the little boy was always going around far up in the woods with bow and arrows. He was growing bigger. He also went out with his uncle. His uncle went about everywhere to kill things. He always brought plenty of game down from the mountains. One time he again went hunting. At that time the inside of the house was full of the sides of mountain sheep, on racks. His uncle's wife baited her husband's little nephew very much. When she went outside for a moment, he broke off a little piece of fat from the sides of mountain sheep hanging on the rack, to put inside of his cheek. Although there was so much he broke off only so much. Then his uncle's wife looked all around. The end piece was not there. "Is it you that has done this?" she said to her husband's little nephew. He cried and said, "No." Then she put her hand inside of his cheek. "Why don't you go up on the mountain?" she said. She scratched the inside of his cheek. Blood ran out of his mouth. While crying he pulled his uncle's box toward him. He took his uncle's whetstone out of it. Meanwhile his uncle was far away. Then he started off into the woods, carrying the whetstone, and came out to a creek. He came out on a sandy bank, pounded, or scooped, it out like a salmon, and made a nest beside the water. He stayed upon it overnight. His dream was like this. He was told, "Let it swim down into the water." It was his spirit that told him to do this. When his uncle came down he missed him. He asked his wife, "Where is my nephew?" She answered, He went up that way with his bow and arrows. When the boy got up farther, he made another nest. This man was named for Little Slave. He made 8 nests. Now his spirit helper began to come to him on the last. At that time he took his whetstone down into the creek, and it swam up in it. Then he lost his senses and went right up against the cliff. He stayed up there against the cliff. Everything came to bear him there, sea gulls, eagles, etc. When his spirits left him, they would always be destroyed, the eagles, sea gulls, all of them. Now, his uncle hunted for him. After he had been out for 8 days, he discovered the nest his nephew had made by the creek. He saw all the nests his nephew had camped in. His uncle looked into the creek. The salmon was swimming there, and be camped under the nest. Afterward he listened. In the morning he heard the beating made by Shaman's sticks. He heard it just in the middle of the cliff. Then he came up underneath it. Before he thought that his nephew had seen him, his nephew spoke to him, "You came under me, the wrong way, uncle." The uncle pitied his nephew very much. "Come up by this corner," said his nephew. Ever afterward he was named for Little Slave. Then his uncle asked him, "What caused you to do this?" He did not say that his uncle's wife had scratched the inside of his cheek. Instead he said to his uncle, "Cave spirits told me to come here." This was a big cave, bigger than a house. Then his spirits came to him while his uncle was with him. They went inside, and his uncle beat time for him. Then he told his uncle to remember this: "When the spirit Ê'naxxî'daq runs into the fire with me, do not let me burn up. While I am getting small, throw me into a basket." That was the way he did with him. It ran into the fire with him, and he threw him into the basket. Then he always came to life inside of the basket. He became a big man again. That same evening he sent out his uncle to call, "This way those that can sing." Then the cliff could hardly be seen for the mountain sheep that came down to look into the cave. When they were seated there, he whirled about his bow and arrows, and all the mountain sheep were destroyed. The inside of the cave was full of them. Now, he said to his uncle, "Take off the hides." He was singing for Great Ê'naxxî'daq. When the spirit came out of him, he reminded his uncle, "When it runs into the fire with me, don't forget to take me out and put me into the basket." After all of the sheep's sides were covered up, he sent him for his wife. He came up with his wife into the cave. Then he said to his uncle, "Take the half basket in which we cook. Mash up the inside fat for your wife." His spirits took out the woman's bottom part from her. For this reason the woman never got full eating the mountain sheep fat. She could not taste the fat. He put her in this condition because she had scratched the inside of his cheek. By and by he said to his uncle, "Make your mind courageous when Ê'naxxî'daq comes in." In the evening he told his uncle to go out and call. The cliffs could hardly be seen. Grizzly bears came in front of the house to the door of the cave. They extended far up in lines. Then his uncle started the song for the spirit. They kept coming inside. Suddenly a grizzly bear came in. It was as if eagle down were tied around its ears. At that, the uncle's wife became scared and broke in too. He did this to her because she had scratched on the inside of his cheek on account of the fat. His spirit also ran into the fire with him. While his uncle stood in fear of the grizzly bear, for Little Slave burned up in the fire. At that the cave creaked, and every animal ran into its skin. The things they were drying did so. They did so because the shaman had burned up. So the shaman and his uncle also were finally burned up. 92. Mountain Dweller. A chief was living with his 2 children in the middle of a long town. People were always visiting him, and he kept tallow stored away for strangers. By and by a big canoe came to him, and the people's things were taken up. The children's grandmother had charge of the tallow. She always had things stored away for strangers. Then she would give these to her grandchildren. Afterward the old woman would say, "The old shaggy dog took it away from me." After that he invited the foreign people up. He ordered the tallow in the big box to be brought for them. Now there was nothing inside of the big box. The foreign people, however, were all seated. It was thought that his children had done it. They had invited them for the food that was all eaten up. This is why people say even now, they came to invite for the food that was gone. It was entirely empty, and great was the shame that the chief felt. Afterward he questioned his children. Their dishes had hair on them. There was a dish apiece, which always lay by them. Then their mother came in to them. "Did you do this?" she said. When they kept on crying, she raised the face of the older girl. She scratched her daughter's cheek, and also that of the younger one. She scratched on both of their cheeks because they ate up the tallow for which, her husband, had invited strangers. When the people went to bed that night, the girls made a hole under the boards. Then they put the hairy dishes in their places. Afterward they went back into a hollow tree. Next morning, their mother said, "I wonder where they have gone." She said to them, "Get up now." Then the long dishes moved, as she pulled at the covers. It was the dishes they had put in their places. They, however, had dug a hole underneath and were gone. Then their mother came out from behind the screens. No one knew whither they had gone. Afterward they went straight up into the woods. And after they had started, the people rushed up to hunt for them, but they hid themselves. The younger kept saying to the elder, "Let us make some kind of noise for our mother." She answered, "How does the inside of your cheeks feel?" She kept saying to her younger sister, "Oh, we cannot do it." She said to us, "Let Mountain Dweller marry both of you." I know what she was saying to us. For this reason they went far up into the woods. They wandered along, aimlessly crying. The younger sister wanted her elder sister to go back to the place from which they had started, but she did not want her mother to see her down there. After they had gone a long distance they saw a small mouse running across a log. The mouse went into a little hill. Then her younger sister said, "Grandmother Mouse, people have seen you." So said her younger sister. "Put me quickly across this log," said the little mouse. "My grandmother says, call them into the house." On account of that it had run out. Then the door flew open. They entered and sat down. 91 "Why did you come?" she said to them. After they had been seated for some time she pushed something between her teeth, and got something out. It was a piece of dried fish. She shook it. It was now a spring salmon taken from between her teeth, and they placed it by the fire. She set it before them, and they consumed it. She took a cranberry out from between her teeth. She placed it before them, and they consumed that. After they had eaten she said again, "Why did you come, my little grandchildren?" And the elder replied, "My mother said we could not marry Mountain Dweller. He is a very difficult person to get near. Go now, my little grandchildren." Then she told them what to do. Crushing Mountain is before the place, granddaughters, and also the fighting dogs, Câ'ck. 92. She also said, "Kelps float together in front of it. Take your knife and a whetstone with you," she said. After she had instructed them they started out. When they had gone along for some time they saw the fighting dogs. They throw a piece of dried fish bone to them, and the dogs 93 began to divide it. Again they went forward. Before they had gone far they came upon kelps floating together. They threw moss between. Then they passed through. After that they saw Crushing Mountain. Just the way people tell this I am telling you, my opposite clansmen. They threw a whetstone between these. They went through. Now they saw the camp. They came to the house door. Mountain Dweller's mother was at home. Nothing could be seen inside of this house, there was so much fat. They were told they could not get into Mountain Dweller's house. That is why they went there. After they had been seated for some time they were given something to eat. By and by the hunter brought in a load of food. He asked his mother, "What are those people that have come to you doing?" "They came to marry you because it was said that they could not." So Mountain Dweller married both of them. After they had been there for some time he started off. He said to his wives, "My mother does not let the person that stays with me last long." For this reason they kept sticks in their hands while he was away from them. Some time afterward their mother-in-law put a side of mountain sheep into the fire. She stood it up on end. Then it caught fire. This was the way she killed her sons' wives. After that they kept watch on her. When it was burning she pushed it toward her sons' wives. Then they pushed it back upon her, and killed her. They pulled her body outside and put something over it. They let it stand out of the ground a very little. Meanwhile her son was away. When he arrived he was carrying a big mountain sheep. Then he asked for his mother. She did to us just as you said. We threw it over upon her. We pulled her outside. He said to them, "What you have done to her is well. My mother would not let a person who lived with me last long." After that he collected sides of mountain sheep, inside fat and tallow. After many years had passed Mountain Dweller said to his wives, "Wouldn't you like to go home?" "Yes," said they. The elder said to him, "My mother said we could not marry you. That is why we came to find you." "Weave some baskets," he said. So they wove them. "Weave two that you can just put on your thumbs," he said. They were going to start. There were many mountains between. After they had put many canoe loads of things inside of the baskets he put them both on his thumb, and they started along with them. They were gone for a very few days. When they were going along with him he seemed to be changed suddenly. Mountain Dweller began to shine from within. By and by they sighted their father's town. The town was long. In the evening they came in front of the house. He had the small baskets on his thumb. Then they wished that their little brother might run out to them. They called him to them. The people had already given a morning feast for them there. A year was now past. For this reason he ran into the house. Then he said to his mother, "My sisters have come and are outside." At this she became angry with her young son, who had longed for his sisters. "You lie," she said to him. At once he went back to them, crying. When he came into the house again he said to his mother, "They are there. It is well that you go out to them. Take a piece off of their marten blankets and bring it here," she said. So he told them. The way I am telling you is the way people always tell old stories. Then he brought it into the house. At that time his mother started out. She looked. Her children were really there. "Come into the house," she said. So they came into the house to her. Afterward the elder girl told her mother about the baskets. Mountain Dweller having shaken the baskets, she said, "There are big baskets outside. Let them be brought in." Then 2 persons went out. The baskets were too heavy for them. More went out. All the men in the house tried to bring them in. When they could not, Mountain Dweller rose to get the baskets. Although they were unable to get them, Mountain Dweller put the baskets on his 3rd finger. Inside was fat from the inside of a mountain sheep. Because her mother had scratched the inside of her daughter's cheeks, the elder girl invited the people for nothing but fat. The things in the baskets were too much for them. The baskets in which these things were contained were called world-renowned baskets. 93. Kâ'gwantân, the Strong Man. For a longer version see Story 31. Among some people bathing for strength was a man named Kâ'gwantân. He was very poor. The people bathed continually in preparation for war. He, however, was very miserable. When the others came out of the water they always laughed at him. He kept urinating in his sleep. He was always turned over on one side. It was when all were asleep that he went down to the water. When he got very cold he came ashore and went to sleep. And when daylight was coming on he threw his urine under him. Then it always ran out from under him. They kept bathing for strength in war. His friends used to whip each other in the water with boughs. They tried their strength on a big tree having a dead branch growing out from it which they called the tree penis. And when they ran ashore out of the water they always kicked him, Kâ'gwantân, out of their way. When will this man break off the tree penis? They said. The man went into the water the last time he was going to enter it. At that very time he heard someone down in it from whom he was going to get his strength. Strength was his name. Then the person came out behind him. He had a large head covered with curly hair. He held bows. Now, he, Strength, said to him, "Come up to me." Then he went to him. He knocked him into the water. Twice he called him. At once he whipped him hard. "I am Strength. I come to help you," he said to him. "Break off the thing the people are trying their strength on. Put it back again along with some urine." Then he ran there in the night. His friends did not know it. After day had begun to dawn his friends ran thither. It was not known that he had broken it off. Why had it never been broken off before? The very first one now broke it off. Then they inquired, who broke off the tree penis, and people said, it was Kâ'gwantân who broke it off. They laughed at him because, they thought, he was not strong. Then they started off with the strength they had waited for. At that time, the Indians had no fighting ammunition. This is why they always bathed for ammunition, sitting in the water. The strong men had nothing at all with which to kill the sea lions. At once the head man said as follows, "Take him also." They said, "Take him there." They had nothing with which to kill the sea lions. Then they told him that they would take him along. They said, "Take Kâ'gwantân there." It was at that time that they gave him his proper name. They took him out to the sea lion island. Then he caught up 2 sea lions. The one on the left he threw upon a flat rock, but the one on the right he tore in pieces. All kinds of strength came to the poor man to help him, and his friends never beat him afterward. He never put on clothes in time of war. His strength continued for a long time. It came to be known even down to this day. People always use his strength with which to surprise other people, and they always imitate his strength. 94. This is all. 94. The Ê'naxxî'daq. See Story 35 and cf. Close of Story 105. This is the equivalent of skilled Ja'adai, or property woman, among the Haida. A man at Ê'naxxî'daq went out on the lake after firewood. On the way round it he saw a woman floating about. Her hair was long. Looking at her for some time, he saw that her little ones were with her. He took one of the children home. When it became dark they went to sleep. It was the child of the Ê'naxxî'daq, and that night it went through the town picking out people's eyes. Toward morning a certain woman bore a child. In the morning, when she was getting up, the Ê'naxxî'daq's child, came into her into the house. The small boy had a big belly full of eyes. He had taken out the eyes of all the people. That woman to whom the small boy came had a cane. He kept pointing at her eyes. Then she pushed him away with the cane. When he had done it twice, she pushed it into him. He was all full of eyes. After she had killed him the woman went through the houses. Then she began to dress herself up. She took her child up on her back to start wandering. She said, "I am going to be the Ê'naxxî'daq." When she came down on the beach she kept eating mussels. She put the shells inside of one another. As she walks along she nurses her little child. 95. Origin of the frog Crest among the Kîksa'dî. See Story 66 for a second version. A married couple went from Sitka into Guyeth Bay, and camped at Atcgû'k. They were there for perhaps a month. One morning they started out hunting. Then they heard a song on Guyeth Bay. They listened. They did not hear plainly. The man's wife said to him, "Do you hear it?" He said, "I hear the thing making a noise over there." "Turn toward it," they said. They went toward it and saw it. It was a little frog which the man let float down to his wife in the stern. He said, "It is for you." So they brought it to Sitka. This is how the little frog's song came to be known, and this is why the Kîksa'dî claimed the frog. 96. How the Kîksa'dî came to Sitka. When we were first born, people hated us. And after that, some beings named Sky People brought war upon us. They destroyed us completely. A woman saved herself. And right here at Q, unto Lk. She dug a hole under a log to conceal herself from the enemy. Various creatures came out in F route of her. "I wonder who can tell me about things," she said. Grizzly bear came out near her. She said, "What can you do?" "Whenever I catch a man, I slap my paws down upon him." The woman said, "That is nothing." Someone in the sun spoke to her. "How am I?" it said. "What can you do?" Then he said, "My father in the sun peeps out through the clouds, through the mottled clouds." That was the one that married her. Then she began to have children. There were 5 of them, including one woman. After that he lowered down a big fort on them. They grew up inside of it. And when the enemy saw that they were inside of it, they started to come. One of the brothers, named Coward, was quarrelsome. Another was named Ê'naxxî'daq. And another Kâ'ck. And to all of them he gave directions. "When they get stronger, then you put your minds on me." So, when the enemy became too strong for them, they put their minds on their father, grandfather, the sun. He peeped out on the enemy. It was smoking hot. The sea water out here boiled. The hostile people ran down quickly into the water. They were all destroyed. Then it stopped boiling out on the water. The brothers stayed inside of their fort. 97. The 4 brothers. Part of story told in story 3 and in story 31. Another being that hated us was a shaman, who used to live in a cave. His name was Kîksa'dî, Aq. They could do nothing to him, so they gave their sister to him in marriage. He always slept with his back to the fire, and a spirit watched at his door. Finally a plot was made regarding him, and the people prepared for him. They prepared boxes full of bows and arrows for him, and there came to be plenty of them. When they came to him, they pulled their sister into the canoe. He, the shaman, always wore a red snapper coat. When he was pursuing them, he kept jumping so, accompanied by gesture. While he was chasing them, they shot at him. They kept asking their sister, "Where is your husband's heart?" She said, "I still love my husband's heart." After a time she told them where her husband's heart was. "Shoot him in the middle of his hand. His heart is there." Then they killed him outside of Ring Island. They carried him to Ring Island. They took the red snapper coat off from him. It was for this coat that they had killed their brother-in-law. After that Ê'naxxî'daq put it on and went after large animals. He chased something from below named Kâ'ck. 95. He chased it far up out into the sky. They are Ê'naxxî'daq's footprints, which are their. 96. 98. The Kîksa'dî woman who was turned into an owl. See story 37 for another version. When this town, Sitka, was first discovered, the Kîksa'dî were here, and we stayed on this, the north, side. This town, at the northern end, was named Mossy Town. There 4 men grew up, 2 of whom were named Ê'naxxî'daq and Kâ'ck. They married. Ê'naxxî'daq's mother was named Kâ'ck's mother. Ê'naxxî'daq's wife refused to give her mother-in-law herring to eat. After she had refused her twice, she put hot milk into her hand. She told her son, "She put hot milk from a male herring into my hand." It burned her hand. For this reason her son carried down the canoe. He filled it with herring by means of a herring rake. When the canoe was filled, he brought them in. The herring rock is over yonder this side of Big Fort. 97. He brought them in the evening. He said to his wife, "Go down to it," and she went down empty-handed. Then she shouted up, "Bring down the basket," but her husband said, "Don't listen to her." Night came on. Toward morning the woman began to change her cries. "This way with the basket, cat," she said toward morning. Later still she began to say, "Who, you." Her husband said to her, "You can become an owl from this time on." So she started to fly off. She became an owl. She flew first among the trees. She was heard saying, "Sit in your holes," after which he, her husband, went outside. He said to her, "You put milk into my mother's hand. For that you can become an owl. Way back there for you is Owl's Rock Slide. This is why it is so. This is why we can always understand it, the owl. It always predicts bad weather. It always tells what is going to happen in other towns." 99. Moldy-End. This is the Sitka version of the story. The Kîksa'dî used to live at Ê'naxxî'daq, where they dried salmon. After they had gotten through drying it they tied it up there. So he, a small boy, was baiting a snare for sea gulls. When he came into the house afterward he was very hungry. "Mother, I am hungry. Give me some dried salmon." So she gave him a piece of dried salmon which had begun to mold on the corner. Then he said, "You always give me moldy-cornered ones." They always began tying up from the corner of the house. He spoke to the dried salmon. Just then someone shouted out, "There is a sea gull in your snare." So he ran down to it. He ran out into the water to his snare. When he got out into the midst of the water he looked as if he were pulled down into it. Then all of the drying salmon ran down to him. Now the people were hunting for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was not known what had happened to him. The salmon, however, began feeling very high. They began to rush about at the mouth of the creek. It was the salmon people that had done it. Then the salmon people went out to sea with him. They went seaward with him toward their homes. To him it looked as if they were in a canoe. A chief among these salmon had made him his son. The sea gull that he had followed out went along with him. Then he stayed with them in the salmon people's town. He was among them for 1 year. Well, out from that town fish eggs were heaped up. He began to take up and swallow some of them without asking anybody. Then the people shouted out, "Moldy-End is eating the town people's dung." At that time they gave him the name. Afterward he discovered that the salmon tribe had saved him. Then he went to lie down and remained in that position. In the morning his father said, "What did they say to you, my son?" He went out and spoke. "Take him up to Amusement Creek. Put his hands around the necks of the sandhill cranes at the mouth of it." There he saw 2 sand-hill cranes jumping up and down, facing each other, at the mouth of the creek. All creatures, such as brants, could be heard making a noise down in this creek. This is why it was called Amusement Creek. Where was it that he had been feeling badly? It all got out of him. The salmon people all knew the salmon month had come up here, which was their month for returning. They always spawn up here among us. At once they started back with him. They started up this way. Then the Kâhâ's people broke their canoe. This is why the Kâhâ's come up last. The Ê'naxxî'daq were going to have the Kâhâ's as an emblem, and this is why the Ê'naxxî'daq are also very slow people. At once all started, dogs, salmon and humpbacks. They started up this way with Lively Frog in Pond, the boy's name. The big salmon people started up thither. Very soon the salmon tribe came to the sit. It is this sit which gives scars to whichever one happens to get caught in it. After all got through, the people looking could see a cloud far down on the horizon which appeared like a canoe. In the evening they went ashore to camp. They dug holes in the ground and made flat sticks to stick into the ground. The salmon tribe always does that way. Then the salmon people would throw hot rocks upon one another. Their bodies vibrated with the heat. It is that leaves scars on the skin of the salmon. It was lively frog in pond that let people know what the salmon people do to one another. At once they started hitherward up this coast. The salmon tribe came against the herring tribe. In the canoes of the salmon tribe one stood up. He said to them, "When did your cheek flesh ever fill a man?" The others stood by one another. The herring tribe said in reply, "We fed them before you. Our eggs are our cheek flesh. When will the space around your backbone not be dirty?" 98 The salmon tribe started off for the outside coasts of these islands. When they got outside of them, the salmon chief said, "To what creek are you going?" Having held a conference, the salmon people named their choices. The humpback said, "We will go to Saliva Creek," but the one among them who had taken the man, mentioned Ê'naxxî'daq. The salmon people called it right to the town. Then they came in sight of the mouth of the creek. They called the point Floating Point, and the smoke house that was there a fort. It looked like that in the eyes of the salmon people. The salmon called human beings seal children's dog salmon. When they first came into the mouth of the creek, the people sharpened poles for them to fall on when they jumped. Then the boys always said, "Upon my fathers." At once one jumped upon it, where before they had not killed any. At that day, the people were very happy. Now they saw his father plainly coming down from far up the creek. They said to him, "The boy, stand up." He jumped up. "Very fine," said his mother. His mother called him a fine salmon. After that the salmon swam up the creek. The women who were cutting salmon were always seated by Ê'naxxî'daq with their backs downstream. The salmon, however, were always rushing about down in the creek. The salmon tribe shouted about those who were cutting. When they were partly through drying, the salmon people said to him, "Go to your mother." His mother was cutting salmon on the beach. The canoe floated below her on the back current. So he floated there with his head sticking out from under it. Then she called her husband's attention to it. "A fine salmon is floating here with its head out." His father took up a hook, for he did not know that it was his son. It swam out from him. He never expected to see his son again. 1 year had passed since he had disappeared. At once he swam out in front of his father. When he had hooked it, he pulled it out on a sandy bar. He bit it on the head in order to keep it fresh. Then he threw it to his wife. "Cut it up. We will cook it," he said. So she put the salmon down to cut it up in the usual manner. The Tlingit obtained copper in ancient times. A chain of twisted copper was around the young man's neck, for he had gone into the water with it on. After she had tried to cut around his neck for a while, and found that she could not, she looked at her knife. There were bits of copper on her knife. Then she called out to her husband, "Come here." So they began to examine it. It was the copper chain that used to hang around his son's neck. Anciently the people used to have a fine woven basket called lit. As soon as he knew this, he threw it into such a basket. He spit upon it, and blew on eagles down. Then he put the basket enclosing the salmon on the roof of the house. Toward morning there was a noise inside of it. The boy's, spirit began to work inside of it. At daybreak he went up to look at it, and a large man lay where the salmon had been. They took their things out of all of the houses. When they brought what had been a salmon inside, a man went out and spoke to the many Kîksa'dî. "Let all the people go with their heads down." So it was given out. They brought up salt and devil's clubs. As soon as they had drunk it down in accordance with his directions, they vomited. The devil's club and sea water were vomited out. Toward evening the shaman bathed. Below this town is a little pond named Beating Time for Shaman Lake, because he also bathed in that. In the evening his spirits really came to him, and blood kept running out of his mouth. The sea gull for which he had gone out came to be his spirit. Then he showed them all things that were to be done to the salmon down in the creek. 99 Cut them into 4 pieces, he said. He called the taboos, Ê'naxxî'daq, that's the way. After that his spirit said to him, "Tie up a raft over there on the edge of Noisy Waterfall." He was testing his spirits to see how strong they were. This waterfall comes down a long distance. The Kîksa'dî began to get on the raft, which his spirits named Sea Lion Raft. At once he said, "Go." He began blowing on the raft. One man was not courageous enough to go down into the waterfall, and when the raft went down he seized the bough of a tree at the edge of the fall. Then it went under. It was gone for one night. Next morning the noise of Shaman's sticks was heard at the mouth of the creek. The raft came up from underneath. Meanwhile the one that had saved himself came among his friends and told them that the Kîksa'dî were all destroyed. Therefore the women were all weeping. When the shaman saw them he spoke. His spirit said that the people were not hurt at all. Nor were their clothes even torn. This is why a Kîksa'dî is very brave. The man who jumped out, however, was very much ashamed. Then they brought the people up from the place where they had come out. Now the spirits worked in him, and he sang for another land otter so that the people could see his strength. He sent out his clothes man to a point that could be seen below. "Take a spear," he said. He went to it. He saw nothing, and stayed there that night. Then he came back. When it was day the shaman, said, "Take me down there." He said, "Go around the point below here." He said to his clothes man, "Be brave." Then he spit on the end of the spear. He spoke to get strength. When he got up after speaking and threw it over the point he hit the land otter in the tail. Now the shaman sent for it, and said, "Take it round there." The land otter lay stiff. The spear was stuck into the end of its tail. This is why even now the people call that place Point Thrown Across. He put the shadow of his paddle against an island below this. He was going to cut off the tongue of the land otter upon it, the shadow. This is why they named the island divided by motion of paddle. 100 He fasted 8 days on the island, when he cut off the land otter tongue. Afterward he came up, and they were going to start home from that place. He lived for more than 100 years. His spirits were of such strength that he lived so long that he could just turn about in one place. 100, Moldy-End. Wrangell version. The Sitka, Kîksa'dî have a salmon stream called Daxt, and the father of Lively Frog in Pond went there to camp. The boy was playing on the beach. Afterward Lively Frog in Pond caught sea gulls by means of bait. Then Li was hungry, and went into the house. He cried for something to eat. He asked for a piece of dry salmon, and they gave him a piece of dry salmon that was half moldy. He said, "Why did you give me a piece that is half moldy?" Then he threw it into the corner of the house. Again he went to pull in a sea gull. When the sea gull swam out from him he waded out and fell into a hole. He was nowhere to be seen. Now his father missed him and said, "Where is my child?" He said this to his wife. Then they got up. They looked outside. They called to him, "Lively Frog in Pond, where are you?" They looked everywhere. They called to everything. Then they went to the place where he had baited his traps, and saw his tracks leading into the water. They wept, saying, "What has become of you, my son?" The man waded out, crying, looking for his son. Then they did not sleep looking for their son. They hunted everywhere for him. Next morning they went into the water and along the shore. They had not eaten anything since their son was lost. They hunted for him all summer. After they had hunted for him for months they gave up looking. Lively Frog in Pond had been captured by the salmon people, however, who swam out with him. They looked to him like human beings. Then they came to the salmon people's village with him. He pouted all the time because he was always hungry. Then the salmon people said, "Let us go with him to Amusement Creek." So they went with him to the creek. They put his arms around the necks of sandhill cranes at the creek's mouth. Afterward he was always hungry. But when he began to take some eggs from among those on the beach, they shouted, "Moldy-End is eating eggs along the beach of the town, 101," and he felt badly. Next door to the place where he lived the people were always dancing. After a while he looked into the house where they were dancing, and his face was all over fish eggs. It was the herring people dancing for joy. One woman called him aside and said to him, "Do you remember when you said something against the salmon people? That is why they have captured you." She said to him, "Do you know the creek over there? When you are hungry, roast salmon from it in the fire and eat them there. After you have eaten, put all your leavings into the water and your roasting sticks also, in order to wash the leavings off." When he was hungry he did just the way he had been told. When he was very hungry again he went to get another salmon. He ate it. Just as he had been told, he put his leavings into the water. He washed off his roasting stick. That evening, however, the eye of the salmon people's chief was sore. He cried with it, and did not sleep. Then the woman said to him, "Do you know where you cooked? Perhaps you left the eye there." He found it, and when he had obeyed her directions the eye was cured. After this the woman said to him, "They are going to start home with you." Then all of the salmon people started home with him. Afterward, while the salmon people were swimming along, they spoke of the sit, of which they were frightened. By and by they came in sight of the sit. It opened and shut. When the salmon went through it, some of them would be cut in two. Now they passed through. They saw canoes, of the herring people, coming to meet them. "We have done all of our work before you," said they. They answered, "When will your cheek flesh save the person that eats it? Our eggs are our cheek flesh." Then the salmon gathered together. They said to one another, "Where are you going?" And some said, "We to the Stikeen," others, to Chilkat, others, to Taku, others, to Nass, others, to Alsek. They mentioned all of these rivers. After that the canoe came to the mouth of the river. They said, "Stand up in the canoe and see where we are." Then one stood up in the canoe to look around. The salmon would say, "Is the fort ready?" and one would go up to look. What they called a fort was a salmon trap. Every time he came back he said, "It will soon be ready." By and by he said it was ready. Then the salmon people went thither. The salmon people entered the creek. They were very happy. The evening after they went to surround the fort. All the salmon went up in the creek in two schools. Then his mother, who was cutting down on the beach, saw lively frog in pond. He thought he was going to his mother. Then his mother called to his father to come and spear him. He swam close to her. Then she called out to him again, "A fine salmon is swimming around here." So his father speared him. He lost consciousness. Afterward the man said to his wife, "Cut it to use it fresh." But when she was trying to cut off its head it seemed hard for her to use her knife, and she saw the copper that had been about her son's neck. Then she cried out, "This is my little son. He must have been captured by the salmon people. Here is the copper ring that was around his neck." Now she took out a mat with feathers inside of it. She laid the mat down and put the feathers around the salmon. After that she put the mat on top of the house. In the house, however, they kept singing shaman songs for him. In the middle of the night something shook on top of the house. Looking at his son, the man saw that he had become a human being about his head. When he looked at him again, he saw that he had become a human being still farther down. Then he looked at him again. He was become entirely human. After that they heard a spirit talking to him. The spirit inside of him said, "I am Moldy-End of salmon." "It is I." "It is I," said another spirit inside of him, "It is I, Sandhill Crane at the mouth of Amusement Creek." Another spirit in him said, "It is I, Sit Spirit." And the woman that had helped him also became his spirit, saying, "It is I, Woman Spirit." Another one said inside of him, "It is I, Herring Spirit." Then another one spoke inside of him, saying, "It is I, Salmon People's Canoe Spirit, I." After that his father came to him, and the shaman said, "Clean everything in the house thoroughly." Again he said, "The young women must never live in this house but in another." He also said, "Put clean sand around the fireplace inside. Never let a woman look at me." The spirit was singing in him. Then he went into a trance, wrapped in a mat. He was brought into the house. There they put eagle down upon his mouth. He sang in the house, walking around the fire. Then his spirit asked to have a rattle made for him. He also said an apron should be made for him. So his rattle was made like the us 102, but his apron was designed like the sit. His drum was painted with the sandhill crane. Afterward his bone necklace was made of pieces like salmon and herring. Then the spirit inside of him danced. He saw the salmon very plainly as if they were people about him. Then he would talk with the salmon people, and he became a very wonderful shaman. His friends learned to obey him absolutely. Whatever he foretold came to pass. He told them that there was going to be a death before it happened. If a person was going to be saved, it happened according to his prediction. If he told them to go hunting in a canoe and informed them what they were going to get, they got it. Then he said, "Do not take me to town right away, but in the middle of winter." They did so. They stayed there with him. They took him to the town in the very middle of winter. Then the town people were very anxious to go out to see him. He said that a fine man would be sick very soon, and they believed him. So a good man did fall sick, and they paid him to treat him. Then he became rich. The people of his town said, "Let whoever is going to look on, fast." All the town people fasted because they wanted to see what he would do. Then he would act like the salmon, the herring, the sandhill crane, and the sit. They were surprised to see all the things he did. The young women, however, did not look at him. When B was going to eat, he ate only those things which his spirit had purified for him, and, when he was going to drink water, the spirit also made that clean for him. He ate only after his spirit had said, "You will eat this, my master." He did all things as his spirit directed him. He did not eat anything fresh. He was not married. Whatever the spirit told him to do, he did. For that reason he lived a long time. And although he lived to be very old, his head did not become white. This is all. 101, Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k. Story 37 is a Wrangell version of the same story. At Sitka were several brothers, the eldest of whom was named Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k. They were fond of hunting. One morning they went out among the islands. Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, killed nothing. Again he went to the place where he had been in the habit of going. Then his name was mentioned among the fur seals. "It is he who is always hunting. Keep quiet, for he might hear you." Now when they were going shoreward, the eldest brother said, "Pull ahead quickly, for the wind is beginning to blow." Then they became angry. The bow man laid his paddle down in the canoe. All did the same. Then they began to cover their heads. The canoe, however, drifted out. It drifted far out for 6 days and nights. On the 12th he awoke to find the canoe drifting ashore. He saw an island on which were sea lions, seals, fur seals, sea otters, and sea lion bristles. All had drifted on to the island. Then they took their things up. They stayed there 1 year. When a year and a half was completed, the man slept, thinking about himself. One morning he awoke with a dream. He dreamed that he had gotten home. 103 And one morning he said to his younger brothers, "Get up quickly. Let us head the canoe shoreward at random. The sun always rises from behind Mount Verstavea." So they headed shoreward. When it became dark they lowered their anchor into the sea in the direction of the sunrise, and after they had been out for many nights they saw a sea gull swimming about. It was really Mount Atcgû'k that they saw. When they got near to it they saw plainly that it was Mount Atcgû'k. "Head straight for the mountain," said Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, and toward evening they came near it. They named the place where they came in Canoe Resting Place. There he pounded out the figure of a sea lion so that people might know he had come ashore at that place. Then they came to Sitka. When they arrived in front of this town his old wife was weeping outside. While she was crying she saw the canoe come in front of the town. She saw the root hat she herself had woven. She started up, and went into the house. When they came in below, the old woman felt happy. When her husband came up to her, he gave away all sorts of things to the people: sea lion whiskers, sea otter skins, fur sealskins. He shook hands 104 with his brothers-in-law. Then they said to him, "This long time the death feast has been held for you." The young woman, however, was already married. She mourned much, to think that she had left her first husband who was now so wealthy. 102, The Sea Lion Hunt. A canoe, load of people, came behind the sea lions at Cape Omini. And they camped behind them. In the morning they went out to the sea lion island. They sharpened limbs on the ends to make the sea lions sneeze and pushed them into their noses. In that way they killed off all the sea lions. 103, The War in the Spruce Canoe. Probably refers to story 29. People went to war from Chilkat in a spruce canoe. They drifted down on the people below, and they came to Digatia. Then they defeated the Stikine people completely, and afterward they made peace together. 104, Story of the Kâ'gwantân. From Canoe went a man of the Ê'naxxî'daq, who were named from their town. The people used to go out from there after seals, which, not having guns at that time, they hunted with long-shanked and short-shanked hunting spears always kept in the bow. The shank of the long-shanked spear, which is grasped in throwing, is called Kâ'ck. This man's name was Ê'naxxî'daq. On starting off, he went up toward the head of the bay. This Ê'naxxî'daq was a great hunter and used to kill all kinds of things, but now he could get nothing. Then he stopped in a place named the bay, and dropped his anchor into the water beside the canoe. Immediately his steersman went sound asleep, but he could not. By and by a small thing began flying around his face, and, taking up his paddle, he knocked it down into the canoe. It made a noise, ts, ts. Daylight found Ê'naxxî'daq still awake. He took up the bird he had killed and saw that its eyes were swollen up and hung down over its face. Blood was on both sides of its mouth. What he had hit was his own sleep. Then he called to his steersman to awaken him. He did not hear him. Ê'naxxî'daq took up his spear and pushed his steersman with the end of it. As he did not answer, he went over to him and found him dead. Like the sleep bird Ê'naxxî'daq had hit, blood was coming out of his mouth. Then Ê'naxxî'daq went along sadly toward the town with the body. I am now telling you about the very ancient people. When Ê'naxxî'daq came in sight of Canoe, there was no smoke visible, and nobody walked outside or came down to meet him as he had expected. Then he jumped out into the water and went up to his house. The people of that town were numerous, and it was long. In those days doors were made of skin hung on the outside, and the women wore labrets. All of the people there lay dead as they slept, just like his steersman. He went through the houses among their bodies. Because he had knocked down sleep, not even one small boy was saved, and to this day people have the saying, he knocked down the sleeper. They made a parable of it. Fur blankets were not scarce in ancient times, so Ê'naxxî'daq took 2 marten blankets out of a box and put them around him. He was going to start away in desperation because he had killed his own sleep. He also put abalone shell in his ears and piled together the things they used for snowshoes. In a bag he carried along a bone knife and a bone trap, tied a weasel skin in his hair, and put a painted drum on his shoulder such as people used to beat when anybody was dead. He was going to die with these things. Then he started toward a mountain named Salmon. 105 He took no food with him but put some Indian red paint in a sack and, when he was ready to start, painted his face and hair. Then he started toward Ê'naxxî'daq. For perhaps 10 days he traveled without food, using instead leaf tobacco mixed with calcine shells. His snowshoes had claws, enabling him to climb cliffs and cross glaciers. The mountain over which he was passing is called Salmon. By and by Ê'naxxî'daq came out upon a ground bog place. There was then no rain, for he was traveling with reference to the clouds which rose in waves behind Mount Salmon. When these clouds come down to the very foot of the mountain there will be good weather, and people then paddle far out into the ocean. Seeing an animal go down into the groundhog hole, he set up his trap there, and it is from him that people know how to fix it. He camped near it. When he went to look at it next day it could not be seen. He took away the thing used to cover the top of the trap. He had set this trap because he was hungry, and he was very glad to see that it was down. When he came to examine it, however, he found that a frog had gotten inside. This frog pretended that it was a groundhog, said Kâ'gwantân, and, taking up all of his things, he went to a bay nearby called Canoe Bay, hoping to see some people. He thought that he saw some at Seaweed Point, and, being very lonely, he started down toward them. Then he discovered that they were black stones that looked like people, and said, "These are small stones which appear like human beings." 106 Starting on again toward the head of Ê'naxxî'daq, he traveled for some time and came to its upper course. People did not know then that Athapaskans lived up there. Although Ê'naxxî'daq ran up this river, the people there were starving, as they had no other way of catching Ê'naxxî'daq than by means of hooks. At first Kâ'gwantân remained in the woods, not letting himself be seen by them. By and by, however, he tied together 2 Ê'naxxî'daq traps, or nets, used by the Tlingit and called Seal's Head. Toward evening he went down to the place where those Athapaskans came up to fish and set the 2 traps nearby at the edge of the water. Both of them were filled that same night, and he emptied them where the Athapaskans were in the habit of fishing. There was a large pile. When the Athapaskans came up next morning they exclaimed in astonishment, "What has done this?" Kâ'gwantân did not know that they were Athapaskans, and they did not know him. After that an Athapaskan shaman began performing to discover what was working for them. When he discovered it he said, "Something has come to help you. Hang all kinds of food around there." As he did not cat any of the food they hung about, they hung there a copper spear. Then they found him. They also placed the daughter of a chief there so that they could get him by having him marry her. So he at last went out among them. Now, the Athapaskans took him with them, and he explained the fish trap to them. This is the way in which they were preserved from starvation, and the way in which they found out about the trap. When he married the woman they had given him they put many things upon him: moose skins, marten skins, beaver skins, and 2 copper spears valued at 2 slaves. The Athapaskans paid him for that trap. Kâ'gwantân spent 2 years among these people, and afterward they began to pack up his property in order to accompany him back to his friends, the Tlingit. All the Athapaskans packed up his things for him. Just as the warm weather was beginning these people of the last stomach, as they were called, started with him for his town. There was a stream called Brush Creek owned by the Brush Creek people, who were his friends, so, feeling high, Kâ'gwantân led these men thither. At first the Tlingit did not know who they were walking along with him, for they had never seen such people, and a great number of men came along bearing load after load by means of 4-head bands. When B and his companions, carrying packs of moose, beaver, and squirrel skins, came out on the side of the stream opposite the town, Kâ'gwantân said, "Come over to me in a canoe." The people had heard about these Athapaskans, although they had not seen them. But after Kâ'gwantân had said, "Come over to me," twice, one ran out toward him from among the brush people and said, "Are we splitting land otter tongues on account of you? Go on below. Go to the people who are splitting tongues for you." The Athapaskans asked Kâ'gwantân, "What is it that they are saying to us?" And he answered, "They are sending us away from here." That is why people now say, the brush people sent the Athapaskans away from the other side. 107. At once the Athapaskans put their packs over their shoulders. It was as quickly done as if hot water had been thrown among them. The brush people sent them away because they were afraid. As they set out they began making a noise, hee. They went directly to the place whither they had been sent, and, crossing a glacier, came to Sandhill Town. When the Kâ'gwantân learned that Kâ'gwantân had left Canoe, they caught those Athapaskans and obtained all of their things. The Ê'naxxî'daq also came to have dealings with them. Even now these people stop among them. They never became Tlingit, but they became people with whom one may trade. Whatever things they had, such as abalones, the Athapaskans gave to them. That is how the Tlingit used to do in olden times. In exchange the Tlingit gave them every sort of thing to eat and especially an edible seaweed, but they did not know what to make of this last. The Athapaskans did not know how it was cooked, and, when hot stones were thrown inside of a basket pot and the pot began shaking, they took up their bows and arrows to shoot at it. But the people said, "It is something to be eaten after it has cooled," and gave them horn spoons for it. "Where do people go to get this?" said they, for it suited their taste. "They get it from the very edge of the water at the lowest tide." When the Athapaskans went back with Kâ'gwantân to their homes they told the Tlingit to bring seaweed up when they came, so the Tlingit began taking this up to them. A beaver skin could be bought with one bunch of seaweed. From them were learned of the flat nose ring and dancing. After this the people were going to build a feast house out of the wealth the Athapaskans had brought them. Every morning before they had eaten anything they went after large trees for house timbers. They had nothing with which to chop except stone axes. While it was being completed the drum was beaten continually. The owner of this house was named Man from himself. Soon it was finished. There were 8 main timbers, and it was completed in 1 year. After its long stringers had been put on they danced the house together. There are always 8 songs for this. Then a stomach named Ê'naxxî'daq was soaked in water. The house was so big that a person who walked in front of it always appeared small, and, when he entered, one had to speak loudly to be heard across. This is why it was named Shadow House. Now all the women began to put fringed ornaments upon their ears in preparation for the feast. Anciently they wore these and had red paint upon their heads. After his guests were all seated, the chief put on the Ê'naxxî'daq dance hat, and, just before the gifts were distributed, the Ê'naxxî'daq, which was close to the door, was thrown among them. Then they gave away to the opposite phratry the things they had received from the Athapaskans and their other property. These feasts were always called Q-Ajawasi. They also called out to whom the slaves should be given and gave out coppers, which were placed around inside of the house. After their guests had gone out they danced. The other side also danced, wearing raven hats, and the feast was over. The Athapaskans on their way down used to be seen when still far back from the coast. One time, as they were coming across the glacier, the chief's daughter, who was menstruant, said something to make the glacier angry. In those days a girl menstruant for the first time did not stay out of the house. They placed something heavy in front of her, and for 5 months she was not allowed to talk. This is the period during which a elaborate hole was made. It was always done when she was fasting. This girl said to the glacier, "Would that that glacier were my father's," and during that night it began to grow out over their new house. It extended itself far out over the town, and the people fled from it to Kâ'gwantân, where they built a new one. The Atcgû'k fled to and established themselves at a place just opposite. By and by the people of Kâ'gwantân started to Ê'naxxî'daq to make war on the Low-Caste, because of a Kâ'gwantân woman who had been killed. They were armed with native picks, wore spears, and bows and arrows. After they had killed their enemies they discovered a woman left alone in that place, whom they caught for a slave. She was mother of Chief Ê'naxxî'daq. Then she said to them, "For what could you use me? Up here is the wolf post belonging to my son." The wolf post had been hidden when the people fled. Letting the woman go, therefore, the Kâ'gwantân warriors rushed greedily for the post, and brought it down. A man whose face had been scratched up by the scratching sponge that people used in ancient times before starting to war reached the post first. His name was Top Spirit, and the name of the next fish that comes up in front of one's face handshakes. Then they started back with it but quarreled so much over it that they began to talk of not allowing anybody to have it. When they were out from shore, however, the war leader, whose name was Dancer, stood up wearing objects representing ears over his face and said, "Who sent out these warriors? I, a high caste Kâ'gwantân, am also a brave man. Then they started off. At that time there were 2 canoe loads of island people going along, and there was a shaman among them named Wolf Weasel, who had 8 tongues. The Kâ'gwantân shaman tore his canoe apart by pretending to split the water of its wake. Before they got far out it began to split. The Kâ'gwantân warriors had already landed at Atcgû'k Creek where this shaman also went ashore, and they came out behind him. His spirit's apparel was in a box in the bow. When the warriors rushed down upon them they soon destroyed his canoe men, but the shaman himself flew away by means of his spirits. Even now people say that a shaman can fly about. After he had flown about a certain town for some time the people told a menstruant woman to look at him. She did so, and he fell into a small lake. Then he swam under a rock, sticking up in it, leaving his buttocks protruding. To the present time this lake is red. It is his blood. The sister and aunt of this shaman were enslaved, and the warriors also carried away his spirit box. Before they had gotten very far off, however, they stopped, untied the box, and began to handle the things in it. They took out all of the spirits, i.e., masks, whistles, etc., and asked his sister, regarding one of them, what is its name? This was the chief spirit, and had a long switch of hair. The spirit is named Hanging Down Spirit, said she. Then the warrior in the bow put it on saying, let me be named Hanging Down Spirit. Immediately he fell down as if he had been knocked over. He ceased to breathe. Another put it on. Let me be named Hanging Down Spirit, he said. All of those who put this on were destroyed. One, however, stood up, made a noise, and ran off. To this day the shaman's, spirit has not ceased killing. After the other warriors had returned to Kâ'gwantân, they determined to erect a house. They were the old Kâ'gwantân who were going to put it up. So they sharpened the jadeite which they used in chopping and went out. On account of the house timbers the owner of that house fasted for 4 days. After they had chopped for 1 month it was finished, and the chief went outside and spoke to all the people. In the morning those of the opposite phratry went out in 10 canoes to push the timbers down. They paddled across singing, and brought all of them in, and they left them on the beach overnight. In the morning they were invited for tobacco. There was no white leaf tobacco in those days. Then mortars were brought out so that the part of the house near the door was covered with them. The tobacco was chewed, a liquid was poured over it, and it was mixed with powdered shells. After that the names of those of the opposite phratry to whom balls of tobacco were to be given, were called out, for they did not have any pipes at that time. Those who had received the tobacco prepared to dance, and those who owned emblem hats, as the raven or the whale, wore them. Now they started to carry up the house timbers for the first of the houses of the Kâ'gwantân chiefs. They carved the wolf posts and finished the entire house in 1 year. It was named Wolf House from its posts. When the house was completed a man went to Chilkat to invite the Ê'naxxî'daq, to Sitka for the Kîksa'dî, and to Canoe for the Ê'naxxî'daq. They were going to invite all of them besides the Atcgû'k Denton into this house. Since then inviting back and forth has been going on. The guests kept coming out from the nearest point to the town site to look at the new house. The drums made a great noise there continually. After they had spent 1 night close to the town they came in quickly, dancing and singing. Inside, the town people began to dress themselves to dance before their guests. They went into the water, wearing chilkat and marten skin blankets. After that the owner of Wolf House went out and made a speech. On the point at Kâ'gwantân is a place named Slaves Valley. Their slaves always 108 came from far to the south. Then the owner of this house killed 4 slaves for his guests, while the next in rank killed 2 slaves, and the whole number killed at that time was 10. After they had killed them they threw their bodies down into this valley. There 2 of them came to life, and one, getting up, opened and closed his fingers to the people sitting on the hill. From that time the place was named Slaves Valley by the Kâ'gwantân. By and by they began to feed their guests. The people of all this world were there. The one who had invited them began to dress himself. Even now this part of the feast is named All Arisen, to attend to the feast. They put on their abalone shells, Indian paint, and eagle feathers on their heads, and the women ear pendants. By and by the headman was told to start his song. This man always said, "All right, you are ready, my outside shell." He wore a blanket which had been kept laid away in a box and all the other things that his dead predecessor had worn. His wife also had her blanket secured around her waist. He always handed out his moose skins to the people. The chief always distributed for the dead. After all the blankets had been brought out, they were taken up one at a time, and the names of those who were to receive called out, beginning with the guest highest in rank. When one's name was called he rose and said, "Haid, this way." The chief's property was sufficient for all of his guests. Whoever had slaves gave them away as well. When they began to give his property away, the giver stood near the door with a baton in his hand. At that time there were no white men's things, the guests being invited for Indian articles only. After all of his property had been distributed, the chief made a speech, and the people took their things home. In the morning the guests received all of the dishes, spoons, baskets, etc., and they thanked their host by leaving a dance. Afterward all of the guests returned to their homes. Now all the people lived inside of this big house, Wolf House. The young fellows were in the habit of racing one another when they went to cut firewood with their stone axes. They called it stone axe taken in canoe. The party that had been beaten became angry, and when they were eating grease together they pushed the fire over upon those who had left them behind. Their opponents did the same thing. They did not have any shirts on. The chiefs, however, were sitting on top of the retaining timbers and had nothing to do with this. It was all done by their nephews. This thing never was forgotten, although now people do not kill one another. They threw fire at one another. Finally, however, one of the Kâhâ's people, whose house was behind this, ran down bearing the raven hat, and made a noise like the raven. "Ga," he said. Because they heard this raven they did not kill one another. This is what caused all the trouble. We are called burned house people, because the timbers of that house caught fire and were burned, and for this reason the people moved out of it and built other houses in the same place. Afterward some of the burned house people moved to this place, Sitka. Because we are their descendants we are here also. They continue to be here because we occupy their places. 105, Story of the Kîksa'dî. This story was told by a man named Ê'naxxî'daq, who belongs to the same family, and therefore contains some of the peculiarities of Yakutat speech. Tlingit was dead. He had a valuable copper, and he also had a dish named Ê'naxxî'daq. When he was dead they took his property out. Those of the house in which these people lived who obtained the dish got into trouble over it. Whoever had a sister told her to go with him. "Let us go to some other place," he said. The people that went away were from that side of the house from which the dish was taken away. They were sad on that account. Probably they numbered about 40. They said, "Let us go straight for that mountain." Whoever had 3 brothers took them along to carry things for him. After that they carned out under the brow of the big mountain. On the way they dressed themselves in their fine clothing, some in weasel skin coats, some in marten skin coats, and they wore hats also because they wanted to die wearing them. Not very many came away. Many more stayed up there than came out. When they got up to the foot of the mountain they came together to talk over where they should pass through. They came to a place where there were many ground squirrels, which they clubbed. This is why it became foggy. They lost one another in it, and some of them disappeared. It was the fog that they got lost in. Then they let them, those who had disappeared, go. After that they made good headway toward the place whither they were bound. There appeared no place to get through. The mountain seemed to be very close to them. By and by they came to the very foot of the mountain. There was no place where they could get through. But through the northern part of the mountain passed a glacier, and they went up that way toward the top. They thought that they were all going to die off when they reached the top. They did not come to the highest summit of the mountain, however. Then they put on all of their best clothing for good. They stayed there perhaps 5 days. They were now going to start on singing the song that they had sung when they left home. The morning of the day after they started away. And they started the song they used to sing up on Copper River. At that time they wore nose pins. When they were about to start from that place they put on weasel hats and coats. All mourned together over the friends they had left behind and over those who had been lost in the fog. When they were through mourning they arose and started off. The Athapaskans did not know about the sea, and they called one another together. They said, "What is that so very blue?" They said, "Let us go down to it." "We have saved ourselves," they said. Coming to the lower end of the glacier, they traveled very fast down to the sea. They crossed a river boiling out from under the mountain and almost as large as Copper River. They went down to the sea alongside of the big river. Afterward they stayed down there at the mouth of that river. The first thing they did there was to claim the big mountain, as a crest, because they were the first to pass through it. When winter began to come on they built a house beside the river. They named it Mountain House because they had nearly lost their lives on that mountain. This is why they so named it. They stayed right there in that house, and the settlement grew into a town. Then the Ê'naxxî'daq 109 grew strong. They were the ones who built Mountain House. After they had been there 10 years one person began living away from town in order to make the frame of a skin boat. A woman named Kâ'gwantân reared a young sea gull. The sea gull did not grow large. All at once she did something to it that made it grow as large as an eagle. It began to grow big. Now it was almost as large as a house. When it got large she wanted to take it among her playmates. Her brothers, however, wanted to kill it. When she was playing with it the sea gull swam out of the mouth of the river. She also disappeared. She started after it. They used the song that they came out with over her. The song is a hard one, having all kinds of notes. Then the man sent off 6 of his nephews. He told them to go along shore in the canoe he had made, to search for people. When the weather was very good they started off. They came down this way to a place opposite Yakutat. There they discovered Eulachon and a fish called Kâ'gwantân. These were in a creek. They put a small net into it to catch the Eulachon, and they put the Kâ'gwantân into a small cooking basket while they were still alive. They offended them, however, by laughing at them. Just as day broke they started off. When they got out on the sea there came up a south wind, so that they could not go anywhere. They came right back to their starting point, and their skin canoe was broken. One of them went under it and was killed. They stayed there. Probably they were there for 21 days. Then the weather became fair. Meanwhile they lived upon Kâ'gwantân and Eulachon. When it was good weather they again started off. At that time the people got over to Yakutat. There were many people in the town, some called Kâ'ck, some Ê'naxxî'daq, who refused to let them remain, though they told them truly how they had come out from behind the mountain. They were there for some time. Then they started back to their own place. They came again to the place where their canoe had been broken and remained there for one night. Again they went out. They spent the night in their canoe. Then they came ashore. When they reached the foot of the big mountain they were told that a little girl had been given the name of the woman who followed the sea gull out. This little girl went out to dig roots and dug up a red thing. The thing she dug up was quite long. So they made this into a dish like the one that had been taken away from them. After this dish had been finished they beat the drums for the girl who had followed out the sea gull. At that time a psalm was composed in remembrance of her. The people remained there 1 year after the 6 men had gotten back. Then the 9th month was beginning to come on. At that time a skin canoe came in sight from the direction of Copper River. It was bound southward. The people were called in, and they came ashore there. These were Kâ'gwantân from the mouth of Copper River. They called them into the house and gave them food. After they had fed them, 6 brothers went hunting with dogs, and the youngest killed nothing. They always put up a great quantity of food, and carried it around with them. By and by all rushed after mountain sheep on top of the mountains. Their brother-in-law also went along with them. One of them, the youngest, in chasing the mountain sheep went astray in front of a cliff. It was toward evening. He was shaking all over. When it was almost evening, the mountain sheep rushed toward him. Their leader went to him and took him on its horns. It ran away with him and made him stand up on a place to one side. Then the people started down. They went down without hunting any more. When they got down on the beach, they started home for Ê'naxxî'daq. Now the 6 brothers started on a journey for the place whence they had all come out. Their uncle told them to go back for a copper plate which was in a valley called Tlingit, leading down to Copper River. They did not want to leave it there because it was valuable. When the people first came out, it took them 40 days and nights, but the young men took only 20 days and nights. They got back among their friends. When they came among their friends again, these wept with them and did not want them to return. But after they had stayed there for some time, they went to the valley where was the copper plate. Since they had left their friends, no one had been to the valley. The real owner of it, too, was dead. They reached the opposite side of that valley. When they got there, they saw the copper, which was very long. It also had eyes and hands. The copper was pointing its hands in the direction whither its friends had gone. They cut it in two in the middle and took it apart. Then all 6 of them carried it. Their friends did not bother them about it at all. They started back. Again they traveled for 20 days, and came down to the ocean once more. At that time all the people started for Ê'naxxî'daq. They started off with the copper that the 6 men had brought out. Again they came out to the place where their canoe had been broken up. They camped there one night. From there they started across to Ê'naxxî'daq. They came ashore there. Then the people did not want to have them there. The Kâ'gwantân did not want to let them stay. They discovered Atcgû'k, one of the new arrivals, coming from a small stream called Kâ'ck. With some humpbacks he had speared. When the Kâ'gwantân saw him coming with a string of humpbacks, they cut the string on which they were hung. They also broke his spear. Then the people were grieved over what had been done to him. They called one another together about it and thought it best to buy the place and pay for it once for all. So they bought the place. The 6 brothers were the ones who got it. They bought it for the copper plate, which was worth 10 slaves, and sent the Kâ'gwantân away. Afterward things were compared to the 6 Athabascan brothers, because they were very fast runners. They stayed here probably 20 years. Meanwhile the Kâ'gwantân and Ê'naxxî'daq left the place. They were the only ones there. There were no other Athabascans at that place. One of these brothers slept too much and became lazy. In olden times people went hunting with dogs. The 6 went hunting and camped in a house near a mountain. Afterward they went away from the youngest. One night while he was sleeping they went away from him hunting, because he was lazy. They went away to find out what he could do. They camped away from him for 2 nights. Meanwhile he slept very soundly. He dreamed that a man came to him and said, "I come to help you. Come down here by the salmon creek and vomit." Immediately he went down to the creek and vomited 4 times. While he was vomiting, he vomited up a salmon bone. "This is what makes you lazy," he said to him. "This is what you are eating all the time, the salmon people's toilet sticks. This is what makes you lazy." The one that helped him was the being of the mountain. The mountain being said, "Come with me this evening." Immediately he went with him. When they got far up, the doors into the mountain were all opened. Then he went down with him inside. There were rooms inside of the mountain for all things. In the first were grizzly bears, in the next black bears, in the next mountain sheep. All things were inside. After they had stayed away 2 days his brothers came back for him. Their brother was not there, and they felt very sorry. They thought that he was dead. Then they floated down, laying the blame on one another. When they reached home there were other people in the town. These were the Tlingit who had come up from Prince of Wales Island to the south. The mountain being told the man he had taken how he could find the holes of grizzly bears in winter. Whatever he wished was killed for him inside of the mountain. While he was there winter began to come on. Then spring was coming. The being said to him, "Be careful not to use green fern roots for they are my things. If you are not careful about it you will kill nothing. Watch for the green fern roots. They grow wherever there are grizzly bears. The green fern roots will be found growing below. You will kill more things than your brothers. Tomorrow you go away. I will give you my canoe which is here. In it you will float out among your friends." What he called one night was a whole month. Months kept on and on for him, however. His mind began to be troubled on account of it. By and by they began to make things ready for him. They dried all kinds of things for him. Then he started away. The being said to him, "It is well that you come now and see my canoe which you are going to take among your friends." He took him thither. It looked like a grizzly bear. What was there about it like a canoe? The things you see inside are this canoe's food. When it is hungry it will always look back. If you do not give it anything it will eat you. It gets hungry quickly, said the mountain being. Go on now. It went down the river. They had loaded the canoe with mountain sheep's fat and all kinds of fat. There came a time when it acted as he had said. It started to turn back. When it began to swim around quickly he gave it one whole mountain sheep. Already he was close to his home. When it started ashore with him in front of the town he began to feed it so that it would not kill any person. His friends ran down opposite him. They saw their friend who had been long lost. It came ashore with him a short distance from the town. When he got close to the shore he took his canoe up quickly, and it became a stone. Where it had turned around the river became crooked. They called it river the stone canoe came down through. Then the man who used to sleep so much was ready to hunt. The man that had been lazy always went by himself. Just at the head of Kâ'ck is a glacier. There is a cottonwood tree standing there, rather old inside. When it is going to be stormy a noise is heard inside of this. Then people do not cross that glacier. When no noise can be heard inside then they go up across. The youngest killed more things than his brothers. He always took around bow and arrows with him. They are called Dina. They all went in one canoe up to this glacier where was the seal's home. When they came up there, plenty of seals were around that place. There were plenty of grizzly bears and mountain sheep alongside of the glacier. The youngest would say to those with him, "There is a bear hole up there." Then they made a hunting house in one place. They took the canoe far up. After that a large piece of ice fell and raised a swell that carried their canoe off. They were in want of provisions. Their food was quickly gone. This happened in the snow-shoveling moon, November. It was always blowing so that they could not get home. There was a cliff at that place. Already 2 months had passed over them. They could not see a canoe coming from any place, and they were living by the skill of the man whom the mountain being had saved. When they became discouraged they made steps across the glacier. In one place was a precipice, and they had a hard struggle. They left one of their brothers in front of the cliff. He had become dizzy. So they left him. They came among trees after they had left him. He suffered very much from the cold. They, however, came upon a red cedar house. They used a fire drill. Already it smoked. Then the fire came quickly out of the red cedar, and they sat by the fire without food. Day came without their brother having died. Now they made fun of their youngest brother. Where is the being that helped you? Didn't you say that you could kill anything? Then he became angry at the way they talked about him. He started off aimlessly. When he started he did just as the mountain being had directed him. Then he saw their white dog that used to go everywhere with them. He saw the little dog running up. He looked toward it. He saw that a mountain sheep was holed in there for the winter. Before he could believe it he heard the little dog bark. The mountain sheep had very large horns. He ran his spear into it just once and killed it. Not knowing what he should do, he squeezed himself in beside it. He cut open the animal, which was very large. This was the mother of the bears. He cut off only the fat from around its stomach. It was of the thickness of 2 fingers. Then he ran down to his brothers with it. That made them feel lively and drove away all their hunger. Then they brought down all of the parts. After they had brought everything down into the house they started back to hunt for their brother, but the wolf people had taken him. When the canoe that was hunting for them came outside they did not have much food left. They let their brother go, for they could not find him. They started to the town, and they got home. Then they stayed right where they were because something was always happening to them. Afterward they started down in this direction with their brother-in-law, whose name was Heavywings. They started this way and came out here. He had a daughter. They came to Ê'naxxî'daq. Their daughter was grown up, but no man had ever seen her. Then they were going to Ê'naxxî'daq, but could not reach it on account of a storm. Heavywings had many nephews. They had some Ê'naxxî'daq grease inside a sea lion's stomach, which they would throw on the fire whenever they made one. After that they said something to anger the north wind. On account of the north wind they had already been there for 2 months, and the food in the sea lion's stomach that they thought would never be used up, was quickly consumed. Already only half of a piece of dried fish was left and the north wind was still blowing hard. They had already consumed everything. One night, when they went to bed, they could not sleep for thinking about their condition, but toward morning all except Heavywings fell asleep. When he at last fell asleep he dreamed a man came to him. It was a fine-looking man that came to him. It was North Wind that he dreamed of. The man said to him, "Give me your daughter. Then you will see the place you are bound for." But he did not believe his dream. In the morning he said, "One does not follow the directions of a dream." His wife, however, said, "It is not right to disbelieve what the dream says." His wife was angry with him. She said, "Why then did you tell your dream to me? This is why I am talking to you so." Next morning they went down to dig clams, but his nephews kept very silent as if they were thinking about themselves. When they were about to go to bed their fire was heard. 110 4 days later he dreamed Northman came to him again. "Give me your daughter quickly if you want to see the place whither you are bound." In the morning he said to his wife, "Had I not better obey my dream?" And he said to his nephew, "Go outside and shout, I give my daughter to you." Then the north wind came to his daughter. "It is well that I marry you," he said to her, and he slept with her. She was willing to cohabit with him. Then he did so, and it became calm. So they started off. Afterward the woman told her mother about it. "A fine man keeps coming home." They started to cross the bay. Then this fine man came to her again. "Cruer ius deflabat e rostro in pupim, de qua depletus est. Undi, ubi effusus erat, semper clari erant." Now they came ashore. This is why people keep saying to one another, "Did you give your daughter to North Wind that you are not afraid of all the weather in the world?" He came ashore and stayed among the people. That winter the people going for firewood went away forever. When they were gone, Heavywings' wife's labret broke and he went after one. He went along the shore. He kept chopping into things to find the hard part of the tree. Then he saw a woman digging far down on the beach. She had a child on her back. He said, "Someone might think I was fooling with her." When he came up close to her, he saw that she was not a woman such as he had been in the habit of seeing. It was the Ê'naxxî'daq that he saw. The mussel shells that she threw up always fitted together. Then he went out after her to the place where she was digging. Without thinking of anything else he ran to her and caught her. His hands passed right through her body. He chased her and seized her again. Again his hands passed through her. When he got close up to the trees he remembered his earrings. He threw them away. Afterward he chased her once more. He seized the child on her back, and she immediately began to cry out. She scratched him in the face. She made great marks upon him. When he caught her he said within himself, "May I be a rich man. May all the children that come after me catch you." But he made a mistake in speaking, for he said, "Let me burst open with riches." After he had chased her a short distance up into the woods she sat down in front of him. There the woman defecated. When she got up there was only foam to be seen. Her excrement was very long and white. Then he took the foam and put it into a piece of paper. He made a box for the foam. The scabs from his face were called medicine to rub on the body, Ê'naxxî'daq, and he gave it to those of his brothers-in-law who loved him. Although anything he had was very little it grew to be much, and he became a rich man. Toward the end of winter he started for Yakutat. Before he reached home they went ashore. The sun was shining. He had his things taken outside. Then he wanted to sleep, and he lay down beside them. By and by some children ran against them and the pile fell on top of him. A copper plate cut through his stomach, and it was all laid open. His sister's son, named Ê'naxxî'daq, was with him. Right there he burned his uncle's body. He gathered together his bones and all of his uncle's property, and he took his uncle's bones to Yakutat. The same thing happened to his nephew. He also seized the Ê'naxxî'daq. He caught her when going for an axe handle. But he handled the Ê'naxxî'daq better than his uncle. He became richer than his uncle had been. 111. 106, Origin of a Low-Caste Name. A Wrangell Story. There was a certain village in the north from which the people were fond of going hunting. By and by 3 men went out, and finally came to the rocks among which they always hunted. After they reached the rocks they saw a little boy. Then they took him aboard, thinking it was strange that he should be there. When they spoke to him he did not reply. After that they came home. They kept him as their friend. Whenever they gave him something to eat he ate nothing. Only after everyone had gone to bed did he eat. Whatever thing he touched would spill on him. He was whimsical and they could do nothing with him. He was also lazy. When he was asked to chop wood he broke all of their stone axes. The axes were then valuable. Then the people who had kept him were very sorry. When he played with the children he hurt them badly. Afterward the people who kept him would have to pay for the injuries. If he made something with a knife he would break it. Right after a skin shirt had been put upon him it was in rags. If shoes were put on his feet they were soon in pieces. He drank a great deal of water. He was a great eater. He was a dirty little fellow. He was a crybaby. If they gave him anything to take to another place he lost it. So he made a great deal of trouble for the people. Then they said of him, "He is really a man of the rocks." All the town people agreed to take him back to the place where he had been found. After he had been brought in it was very rainy. Then the people who had saved him got into their canoe and carried him back. They put him on the very same rock from which they had taken him. Then they went back. They reached home. The world was now calm. The rain also had ceased. Then the town people were all talking about it. They said to one another, "What could it have been?" and no one knew. Finally the town people said, "Don't you see it was a rock man's son?" The Tobacco Feast. Obtained from Katie Shawn at Wrangell. If one of the family of the writer's informant, the Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, had married a Ê'naxxî'daq woman and she died, the Ê'naxxî'daq would invite his people for tobacco. They invited them there to mourn. This feast was different from the pleasure feasts, when dancing and such things took place. The people asked them while the dead body was still lying in the house. Then the other Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k would ask the bereaved man to deliver a speech. The Ê'naxxî'daq would be very quiet because they were mourning. Then he would rise and speak as follows. Yes, yes, my grandfathers, we remember you are mourning. We are not smoking this tobacco for which you have invited us. These long-dead uncles of ours and our mothers are the ones who smoke it. Do not mourn, my grandfathers. She is not dead. Her aunts are holding her on their laps. All her father's brothers are shaking hands with her. Our dead chief has come back because he has seen you mourning. Now, however, he has wiped away your tears. That is all. One of those giving the feast would now reply. I thank you deeply, deeply for the things you have done to these grandfathers of yours with your words. A person will always take his shell to a dry place. 112 So you have done to this dead of ours. All these, your grandfathers, were as if sick. But now you are good medicine to us. These words of yours have cured us. Then they would say to the dead woman. Get up from your husband's path, so that they may pass out. The spirits of the dead of both phratries are supposed to be smoking while their friends on earth smoke, and they also share the feast. People of the opposite phratry took care of the dead, because it was thought men would be wanting in respect to their opposites if members of their own phratry were invited to do it. For this service the opposites were well paid. Speeches delivered at a feast when a pole was erected for the dead. Obtained from Kadishan at Wrangell. Some morning just at daylight the chief who is about to erect the pole and give the feast, no matter how great a chief he is, passes along in front of the houses of the town, singing mourning songs for the dead. Then the people know what is wrong and feel badly for him. The memorial pole seems to bring every recollection of the dead back to him. Now is the time when the story of Raven is used. After that the chief stands in a place from which he can be heard all over the village and calls successively for the different families on the opposite side, which in this case we will suppose to be Raven. He mentions the names of the greatest men in the family, always with the family chief's name first. Then he will perhaps speak as follows. My father's brothers, my grandfathers, people that I came from, my ancestors, my mother's grandfathers, 113 years ago they say that this world was without daylight. Then one person knew that there was daylight with Raven at head of Nas, and went quickly to his daughter. When he was born he cried for the daylight his grandfather had. Then his grandfather gave it to him. At that time his grandchild brought daylight out upon the poor people he had made in the world. He pitied them. This is the way with me. Darkness is upon me. My mind is sick. Therefore I am now begging daylight from you, my grandfathers, my father's brothers, people I came from, my ancestors, my mother's grandfathers. Can it be that you will give the daylight to me as Raven at head of Nas gave it to his grandchild, so that day will dawn upon me? Then the 5 opposite families will say, Ye Kâ'gwantân, we make it so. This speech means that the chief wants the people of those 5 families, men, women, and children to come and raise the pole. By being in the dark he means that the pole is not raised, and he tells them that they will give him daylight by raising it. After it is raised he says, You have brought daylight on me, Ê'naxxî'daq, Kîksa'dî. After this speech all show the greatest respect to this chief and keep very quiet. They do not allow the children to say anything out of the way. The evening of the day when the pole is erected they have a dance. At Wrangell the Kîksa'dî, Qâ'ck, and Tlingit danced on one side and the Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k and Talcodî on the other. The head men of both of these divisions say, Now we must give a dance for him. While the dancers prepare themselves in another house, the outsiders assemble in the house to look on. The Raven division that is going to dance last comes in, dressed and painted, and sits down to wait for the others. The giver of the feast sits in the rear of the house with his friends about him. Then the ones that are to dance first come in dancing one by one, all dressed and painted. As soon as they are through, the others walk out, dress again, and enter dancing. Each side has 2 song leaders, a head song leader and a second song leader, who bear dancing batons. All this is done only when a chief or one of his family has died, not for a common person, and the first side to dance is that to which the widower, or the widow of the deceased belongs. Sometimes the dance used to go on all winter. Ordinary living houses for the high-caste people were put up as monuments for the dead and were viewed as such. In that case no pole was erected to the man's memory, but his body was placed in the graveyard. This is why they never built a house in old times without feasting. After this dance the widower, or one of the widow's family, might rise and speak as follows. In the first time took place the flood of Raven at head of Nass. What the people went through was pitiful. Their uncles' houses and their uncles' poles all drifted away. At that time, however, old woman underneath took pity, and made the flood subside. You were like this while you were mourning. Your uncles' houses and your uncles' memorial poles were flooded over. They drifted away from this world. But now your grandfathers make it go down like old woman underneath. Now all of the dead of your grandfather's people have gathered your uncles' houses and your uncles' memorial poles together. You were as if dying with cold from what had happened to you. Your floor planks, too, were all standing up, from the flood. But now they have been put down. A fire has been made of the frog bat, their great emblem, hoping that it will make you warm. After every sentence the chief to whom is given the speech says, "Ho ho, I thank you from the bottom of my heart." When they speak of the crest, he says, "Wheat, Ê'naxxî'daq, that's the one," meaning that that was the crest he wanted to hear of. The speaker continues. "We hope that you will be well warmed, and that you will sleep well on account of what your grandfathers have done for you. This is all." Then the man who is putting up the pole rises and says, "I thank you, my grandfathers, for your words. It is as if I had been in a great flood. My uncle's houses and my uncle's poles went drifting about the world with me. But now your words have made the flood go down from me. My uncle's houses have drifted ashore and have been left at a good place. Through your words my uncle's poles have drifted ashore at a good place. Your kind words have put down my floor planks. We have been as if we were cold. But now that you have made a fire for us with my grandfather's emblem we shall be very warm. Thank you for what you have done. On account of your words we will not mourn any more. This is all." Now the chief of the Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, of the opposite division, speaks, directing his remarks at first, not to the giver of the feast, but to the opposite ravens. "My ancestors, if the other side did not share in your enjoyment it would not be right. So, if we have said anything to displease you, please overlook it for the sake of the chief." Then he says to the singers, "Take up your poles. Start a song." After this the second division of dancers goes out, dresses up, and enters dancing. When the dance is over, the first chief of that division of which there are 3 chiefs, although it contains only 2 families i.e., the chief of the Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, begins to talk to the chief of the feast. He says, "Now wrap your father's brothers up in good words. Yes, yes, hear my words just as they come to you." Then he calls out the name of the chief giving the feast, that of the chief next under him, and the names of some high-caste women. As their names are called they answer, "He, present." Then he perhaps proceeds as follows. People killed one another at Ê'naxxî'daq. And the people of Ê'naxxî'daq were being destroyed. Then only one chief was saved along with his sister and niece. Now the chief began thinking, I wonder what chief would know certain things that he could tell me. He asked one old man if he could tell him. Not being suited, he sent for several, who did not suit him either. By and by he thought of old man who knows all troubles. He sent for him to have him tell the thing, and he suited him completely. He stayed with him. At this time he, the old man, made him a helmet and an arrow which could talk. Then the old man was going to show him what to do. He instructed him, my friends always lie way out there in their canoes. Never let it go at them. Then he let the arrow go toward his enemies. It struck the chief's heart. It killed him. The people did not see where the arrow came from. Then old man who knows all troubles was sent for. He was examining it, and it flew out from him. As the arrow flew away it said, Ê'naxxî'daq. So they discovered the chief who owned this arrow. They set out to war against him. Then he put on his war hat, and his sister went before him. He went out of doors in a cloud of ashes. He killed all in 4 of the enemy's canoes. Then they went toward him to war again, but he forgot what the old man had told him. For this reason the old man killed the chief with his own arrow. At this time the woman went up to the woods with her daughter. And now the 2 alone saved themselves. Now something helped her. The son's son married her daughter, and her daughter had children. There were 8, one of which was a girl. Then, a house was made for them and food and provisions were put into it. They were let down on Ê'naxxî'daq, their grandfather's town. That is the way your grandfathers have been. There were canoe loads of trouble around you. Now, however, these grandfathers of yours have been lowered down like the sun's children. Your food was burnt through the trouble you have had. The hard times they had at Ê'naxxî'daq are the hard times you have been having on account of your troubles. Now your grandfathers have made war clothes for you. They have done like old man who knows all troubles. Now your grandfathers have put their raven bat on your head. They have put all your grandfathers' emblems around you like a fort to save you. And your grandfathers who have gone will seat themselves around you. These, your grandfather's people, will gather around, and they will raise up these emblems to console you. It has been raining upon you so that you could not find a dry place. Now, however, your grandfathers have put the raven boards over you. Finally you are in a dry place. You will sleep well under them, grandchild. This is all. Then the chief giving the feast answers. I thank you very much that through these words of yours you have placed yourselves below me. And I feel that you are sitting very close to me. What you have said to me is true, my grandfathers. I have been as if enemies had surrounded me to fight in this place of my uncle's. It is as if my uncle's town had been burned with me. Now, however, you have brought help to me like the children of the sun. It was just as if my uncle's crests had been burned. But now, since I have heard you speaking so well of them, it is as if my uncle's had come back. My uncle's house is like that lower down at Ê'naxxî'daq. These words of yours have brought luck to me like the sun's children. I thank you very much. I feel that what you have said to me is true. You have put my grandfather's hat, the raven hat, upon my head, which will save me as if it were a war shirt. And your crests which you have put around me like a fort will also save me. It was as if I had been dying here with cold. But now that my father's brothers have seated themselves near me, I shall be warm. It is indeed as if it had been raining on me, but now that you have put my grandfather's boards over me, I shall at last be dry. It is true that I have not slept. But now I shall soon sleep under my grandfather's boards. This is all. After this speech the next family on the first side, which perhaps is the Kîksa'dî, asks the second division to make another speech. They do this, because, having been the first to dance, they do not wish to be selfish. So the speaker of the Atcgû'k begins, perhaps thus. On the Nass a grizzly bear captured a high-caste girl. She was among the grizzly bear people. She could not get away. Then she married one of the grizzly bear people. Then they went for salmon, but their wives went after firewood. This woman did not know how to get firewood like grizzly bears. Then an old woman among the grizzly bear people called her aside, and said to her, "Do you know that the grizzly bear people have captured you? They captured you because you were angry with their tracks. The same thing happened to me. I am a human being who was captured." The old woman said, "Get wet wood for firewood." After that she did as she was directed. Then her fire did not go out, and her husband was fond of her. Now the high-caste woman felt very brave. After some time had passed the high-caste girl felt sad. Then the old woman called her again. She said to her, "Are you downhearted?" After that she gave her some things with which to save herself: a devil's club comb, a wild rosebush comb, sand, mud, and a piece of rock. With these she ran off to some place where she could be saved. Then the grizzly bear people ran after her. When they got near her, the Devil's Club comb became a hill of Devil's Club. When they again got close to her, she threw away the rosebush comb. When they got up to her again, she threw away the sand. This sand became a big sand hill. When she saw that they had come close to her again, she threw away the mud. The last thing was the stone. She threw it away. It became a big hill. She ran down to the beach. Then, however, the Ê'naxxî'daq's son came ashore there. He saved her from her pursuers. This man's name was Ê'naxxî'daq. In just that way the trouble that you have had has captured you. These, grandfathers, are the old woman to you, informing you of all things. You are like the woman. They are like this to you, as if they had given you the raven hat as she gave her the Devil's Club comb. This frog cane they have given you is as if they had given the rosebush and the mud. Since you have this cane to throw, you will be saved. The last one of all will be the frog post. So your grandfather's emblem will save you. My uncle that died long ago has come ashore to save you. I hope you will be saved at once in your grandfather's canoe. But we who are dancing here for you are not really ourselves. It is our long-dead uncles who are dancing here for you. This eagle down will descend among you from their heads and will save you like good medicine. I hope you will sleep well in all these feathers. This is all. Then the host answers him, after first mentioning the names of all the raven families that are dancing, speaking as follows. It is indeed true that here with my uncles I have been as if captured. It is true that I have seen my aunts, and that they have shown me the way down to the beach. It is true that they are like my grandfather's hat. It is true that my aunts have given me the frog cane as the Devil's Club comb was given. Now I feel as though I had been saved. These two emblems of my grandfathers are like a cliff behind which I shall be saved. Now my long-dead fathers have come ashore. I will go down to them. I will stay with them forever. This is all, my fathers. Next the chief of the Tlingit might speak as follows. Down in the Tsimshian country lived a young high-caste woman who was captured by a devilfish. The people discovered that she was lost, and finally they began hunting for her, but they could find her nowhere. After they had given up looking for her, they saw some young devilfish coming upon the doorstep. They were thrown down from there upon the beach. Afterward they came back again. Then they left them alone, and they climbed up into the chief's lap. From this circumstance he found out what had happened. He said, "My daughter must have been captured by the devilfish." Then he gave food to the devilfishes. When they went away, the food left over was carried down after them, and the trays were set down by the devilfish rock. When he found out that his daughter was under that rock, he felt very happy. So it was with you, my son. It was as if you had been captured by the devilfishes. Therefore, these your father's people have come down to ask you to partake of food with them from under that rock. That is how your father's people have gotten you now. Therefore they have taken the clothes off of you that have been wet by the sea water and which you cannot yourself see. It was so with that woman. She could not see that her clothes were in that condition. Just so you are now going to be given clothing from these skins that belonged to your father's people. They will make a great fire to warm you out of everything your father's people have claimed. This is the way it has been with you. The way your uncles were taken away from you was just as though you had been captured by devilfishes. I hope you will be warm this evening and lie down and be comfortable. Aaua, this is so. The chief would answer thus, "Thank you, my father's people, for having talked so well of me, Kîksa'dî, Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k, Talcodî, Tlingit and Kâ'ck. It is so. I have been captured by the devilfishes. This trouble had captured me. I have been cold under that rock. It was my troubles that made me cold while there with the devilfishes. But now my father that had died has sent for me. It is right that he has sent for me, for the tide used to come over me. With the troubles I have been going through, it looked as though the tide had come over me. Now I thank you that you have saved me from this place where the tide has been coming over me. It is right. I have been cold. But now, since you have made a fire with the things my father's people claim, I shall be warm. But the words that you have spoken for me are so warm they will keep me warm always. Aaua. Finally they say to the chief of the Kîksa'dî, now you speak a few words to this descendant of yours. So the chief of the Kîksa'dî rises and says, there was a high-caste person at Atcgû'k who bathed for strength every morning. His name was Gulls. It was then that he made what they call Anlu. He had a nephew by the name of Ductuel, and this nephew was bathing for strength in secret. Gulls was very proud because B was exercising thus, and the people of his village were very proud with him. They would make fun of the man who bathed in secret, but he did not say anything to them. Then he heard the voice of his strength. While he was in bathing a voice called to him saying, come here. So he went thither. When he got there, the little man, strength, and he wrestled, and Ductuel was thrown down. After he had been thrown down, strength said to him, go again into the water and bathe. I will come to you once more. He heard the voice a second time, and went ashore, and they again wrestled. Then Ductuel almost threw strength down. So strength said, that is enough. You are already sufficiently strong. Then he went up, pulled the limb out and twisted the tree to the roots. Afterward he put the limb back and untwisted the tree. Now he went away and made the people who had been so proud, ashamed of themselves. This poor man, Ductuel, came to be above the proud people. After that they went to the Sea Lion Island. There he showed his strength. Then the proud people went away and left him on that island, but the Sea Lion people helped him. They gave him a box with which to get ashore. With that he got ashore to his uncle's village. Then he took his uncle's place. He owned the whole village. So it was with this Ductuel. As he became very poor by his own will, so it was with you, my son. Your father's people that died years ago have come out from the woods and have given you strength. So it was with you. Your uncles and your people had left you on the Sea Lion Island. Now your father's people have felt for you and have given you Halibut House, Ê'naxxî'daq. They have given it to you as the sea lions gave the box to the poor man. On account of this, my son, you will forget that you are mourning. Aaua. Then the host would reply, ho ho, thank you very much, my father's people. How very good your words have been to me, Kîksa'dî, Q'ait'gû'k, T'hit-tan, Kâ'ck. Atcgû'k, Talcodî. It is true that I have become poor through mourning for my uncles. I have been teaching myself what would help me. And so my father's people have pitied me. They have brought clubs with which I can exercise. I have felt as though my uncles had left me in a desolate place, so much have I been grieving. Now these my father's people have acted like the sea lion people. They have brought me luck. They have given me that house, Ê'naxxî'daq, as the sea lions gave that poor fellow the box to bring him ashore. Therefore I thank them very much. Through them I have seen the mainland. In these words you have given me I will be clothed. Everyone will see your words on me as clothing. They will always be new. I shall never wear them out. Aaua. The dances are followed by the feast, and last of all comes the distribution of property accompanied by more speeches similar to the above. Then the chief would say, up above here among the upper villages, i.e. toward the north, there was a certain woman who said something about the brant that brought her bad luck. Her husband's name was Ê'naxxî'daq. Then the brants flew away with her. After that she fell from the hands of the brants. From there she went among the foxes. Going along, she found a codfish head. She cooked it and gave it to the fox. It is that I have done to you. I have invited you for that codfish head. So have pity on me and eat what I give you, even if it is not good enough. The codfish head is brought in because it was found by a very poor woman who was starving. The chief humbles himself by using these words. Then the people invited to the feast say, "Yes, it will be so. We will do as you have asked us." After that he calls the name of the chief of each raven clan, as follows. "Bring me s dish. Bring me s dish." After the chief's dishes those of the poorer people are called for. These dishes have been brought over in advance from the houses of their owners. The Ê'naxxî'daq, who is the chief's nephew, performs early at the time of this feast and is brought into the feast to eat afterward. Piercings for labrets were not made at the feast, but many blankets were given away by the girl's father when it did occur. The work was done by someone of the opposite phratry. When the feast proper was over a kind of show was given, in fact 3 of them, one by the family of the giver of the feast and one each by the 2 divisions of ravens. The chief gives his show first and then the raven groups in the order in which they had spoken. In one of these shows a man wearing a mask would come in and someone would say, "My uncle, a dead relative, has come back to see you. He must have been captured by a Ê'naxxî'daq, a grizzly bear, or a wolf." The persons with these masks on are all supposed to be yeks, i.e. supernatural beings. Words of songs taken in connection with Graphophone records. The language of these songs is so highly metaphorical that they are often difficult to understand even in the light of the native explanations. And in some cases the author's informants were themselves uncertain with regard to the meaning. Several songs refer to myths and are explained by them, and there are a few shaman songs, but by far the larger number were composed for feasts or in song contests between men who were at enmity with each other. 1. A song about ravens travels through the world, used at all kinds of dances. Del yaks woodatsen sayel. Hayide, wagadien. Agagussi dolyawu. A big fellow like must have been that raven. Down underneath he went. At that time his nose. Ku woodadzî'q. Aga, untuex yawagut dulawuga. Atcgû'k. Up they came to pull. At that time through the town he went for his nose. To him it was given. And gant wadikien. Ê'naxxî'daq dogagî'kai. And gant. With it out of doors he started to fly. Like it he does now to his opposite wolf phratry. With it outside. Wadikien. Ysa yulsidikadea tc, and now gadane. Atu. He flew. Why does he not look like himself but whiskey ought to drink? After that. Ê'naxxî'daq. About the whole beach you can wander. That raven must have been a great fellow. He went down under the sea. Then they pulled up his nose. He went through the town for his nose. When it was given to him, he started to fly out of doors. He does so now to his wolf phratry. He flew out with it. Why? Instead of looking like himself, he looks as if he ought to have a drink of whiskey. After you have done that you can wander about the entire beach. 2. A song about Kâ'gwantân. See Story 104, page 330. E.g. yek gudayu doxo nq. I caught Ê'naxxî'daq lo-ligigi. The beach down to when he came his friends were all destroyed so then, no, person thus. Ustntc. Laq, Atcgû'k, Atcgû'k aocdn. Lil alatnq, eq. He saw. Laq. Atcgû'k point just inside of he saw. Never you let me watch. Utq. Sni, ix unaxliq, aca. The stone's little, from me lest it bewitch. When he came down to the beach, his friends were all destroyed, so that he saw no one. He saw something just inside of Laq, Atcgû'k point. Do not let me watch the little stones or I might get bewitched. 3. A second song of Kâ'gwantân composed when he caught a frog instead of a groundhog. See Story 104, page 330. That frog might have turned itself into a groundhog, or it might have dug a hole under my trap. 4. This was sung by Kâ'ck after he had been brought up from the south by the land otters, Stories 5 and 31. The words below were at the end of the two parts, and when they were uttered he drifted out to sea or ashore, as the case might be. Seaward let me drift. Shoreward let me drift. 5. Song composed by Kâ'ck, Atcgû'k after his dream on the island. Stories 67 and 101. The man, who thought he had perished, dreams thus about himself. I keep feeling as if I had gotten home. 6. Composed about the Ê'naxxî'daq woman, Ê'naxxî'daq, who reared the woodworm. See pages 151 to 152. Already I am going to die. I have dreamed of my son. 7. A spirit song composed by a shaman called Luswat belonging to the Kâ'gwantân. Not having any place to come up through, i.e. shaman to speak through, I think I will go to Chilkat and come up there. I will come up through Lot and cry. 8. Composed by a man of the Atcgû'k, Denton named one whose quill is disliked, Tlingit. I was dreaming of my spirit under the fireplace. Under the fireplace spirit. 9. Composed by one of the Atcgû'k, Denton named Cass, in Ê'naxxî'daq. These spirit songs were also used in dancing. Throw him into the river that he may float down. Let the raven people at the mouth of the river drag him up. 10. A song with Athapascan words which came to a shaman named Qoan from an Athapascan spirit, words unintelligible to my informants. 11. This is a groundhog song sung while the singer holds up its skin in front with both hands. Its cry when jumping into its hole is also imitated. Wake up that young man and let us go up on the cliff. You always sleep before you hunt. That is why you never kill anything. 12. After a bear had been killed, its head was set up by the fire and people dropped grease into the fire in front of it, at the same time saying, You have come out of the body among us, so you are we. The fire is burning in front of this young man. This is what the grizzly bear is always heard to say, Woo, 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 so they always talk to it. 13. A Kâ'gwantân cradle song, sung over the child and used also at feasts. The child itself is supposed to be speaking. I like to creep around the house all the time after my brother's wife. 114 I thought that he would jump up and I should be very much ashamed. I always tramp about the town, after my brother's wife. 14. Cradle song for a girl. If I do not take anything, to the party, I shall be ashamed, I shall be ashamed. Little girls, listen. Little girls, listen. 15. Cradle song for a boy. I am certain to marry my brother's wife after he dies. 16. A cradle song of unknown authorship. It might be used by anyone. Let me shoot a small bird for my younger brother. Let me spear a small trout for my sister. 17. The song with which raven was nursed. Both phrases use it. Aha, aha, island snipes. Among them I see lots of raven tracks, the nephews of ravens. Bad-smelling fish, bad-smelling fish, bad-smelling fish. 115. 18. Composed by one of the Ê'naxxî'daq named Kâ'ck. USAE, little lake up above, when his people expected others to come with food to give them a feast. His name was probably derived from Auk Lake. It is before my face every day. And when I sleep I always think of you. I long much for you. Thinking about you ravens comes to me like a sudden sickness. 19. Also composed by Kâ'ck, USAE on the same occasion as the preceding. You make me feel as if I were shaking, thinking about you, Ê'naxxî'daq children. 20. Composed by Kâ'ck. USAE after they had vainly expected a feast for some time. I alone am going to die without having seen Atcgû'k, Denton's children. I try to make myself well again thinking about Ê'naxxî'daq's children. I keep trying to stop crying about you. 21. Composed by Kîksa'dî. Of the Ê'naxxî'daq when they expected people to give them a feast. There is a little bird called people's thoughts, Kâ'gwantân, and a person knows when he sees it that a feast is coming. You raven always feel happy about this wolf phratry when your thoughts fly toward him like the bird named people's thoughts. I wonder who can get out and save the ravens that are upset together way out there in the seas. 22. This is called Big Song, Len, and was used by all the Kâ'gwantân at feasts after a rich man had died. As they sang, all turned around in the direction of the sun. It was also sung for the deer in making peace, when it was ended differently. Originally it is said to have come from Low-Caste, where it was composed by Atcgû'k, named from the action of a man carving a wolf post when he stepped some distance away to take a good look at it. I am now saying just as the man I live after, Atcgû'k, used to say. This song is from Sandhill Town. We are the people who feel higher than all others in the world. 23. A song used at feasts when two of the host's people dance and one of each of the two parties invited sings for them. I am floating right down in killer whale's dorsal fin river. I wish you would help me ashore in front of your town, Kâ'gwantân's children. I might drift away. 24. Composed by a man called Small Lake Underneath, you, about a drifting log found full of nails, out of which a house was built. It is used when a feast is about to be given for a dead man, and they have their blankets tied up to their waists and carry canes. I always compare you to a drifting log with iron nails in it. Let my brother float in that way. Let him float ashore on a good sandy beach. I always compare you, my mother, to the sun passing behind the clouds. That is what makes the world dark. 25. A Kâ'gwantân song used at a feast when a slave is to be killed. The words of people are now backing down on me, the words of worthless people. 26. A potlatch song composed by Manathabes, Ê'naxxî'daq, of the Boxhouse people. Why do you want to come out, killer whale? Don't you know what Raven did when he went inside of a whale? And do you think you will satisfy Raven, you killer whale? He turned this world over with himself. And how can he alone save himself? 27. Composed by Noya, a very old man of the Boxhouse people, just before he died, so that it could be used at feasts. You must be very good, Kâ'gwantân's children. Your children have jumped to save you. I am very glad that you took pity on me, Wakadaan's children. Now I am going up to the ghost world. 28. Song about the eagle hat, sung at a feast when one is not satisfied with the property he has obtained. The word given below, which is the only one, is said to be Tsimshian. Ê'naxxî'daq, here is the eagle hat. 29. A similar song about the Ê'naxxî'daq hat. Informant did not know what the words mean, they being in Tsimshian. Naganawa Ê'naxxî'daq, how. Ê'naxxî'daq, however, is evidently Lokoala, Kwakiutl name for the winter ceremonial. 30. This song is used by all the wolf families, who sing it all together just as they are coming into a feast. There is a rich man coming. Keep silent. When it is ended, they always say, it is all gone. 31. Composed in the Tsimshian language and used by the Kâ'gwantân at a great feast. Good Ê'naxxî'daq Langikaya Ajikaya. The last word is said to mean, stern of canoe. 32. Song used like the above. We are also going to be invited to Kîksa'dî. High caste people are going to eat. 33. Composed by a Haida living in Sitka, called Nakali, or popularly, Haida Charlie, and used when four dance together at a feast. I wonder what will happen to me in the future. The people at the head of the Ravens River have started for the wolf phratry's town. I have no hard feelings against the Raven phratry and I said nothing to Ê'naxxî'daq's children. Come here and I will shake your hands. 34. Song composed by Nakali, Haida Charlie, for four when they are dancing at a feast. Don't be double-minded, Kîksa'dî's children, or something might happen to you, but have pity on your Raven phratry. Thinking about my grandfather's town is just as if I were getting drunk with whiskey. There is no wolf phratry, person, that can set my mind aright. 35. Composed by Going Across the Road, Degahit, who belonged to the T. Ê'naxxî'daq tribe of the Kâ'gwantân. 116. I am going to tick it around my neck, Kâ'gwantân's children, so that when I am asleep I shall know that it is with me. I wonder if Kâ'gwantân's children will ever forgive me. My feelings are always troubled. 36, composed by Little Lake Up Above, Cû'k, USAE, of the Ê'naxxî'daq. See songs 18 to 20, above. The wolf Phraitry's words that they are telling me about must have been very great. Let us be friendly with each other for the last time, Kîksa'dî's children. 37, composed by one of the Kîksa'dî named Dead Raven, Nayl. There was a second part to this which the writer's informant had forgotten. I have listened very attentively to your words, island people's children. 88, composed by one of the Kâ'gwantân named Be Careful of It, Kâ'gwantân. I will no more throw your faces away, Kâ'gwantân's children, because you are the ones that make the wolf Phraitry valuable. What do I care about the raven's town? I like it only when there is a very little whiskey in me. 39, composed by one of the Ê'naxxî'daq named Moldy-End, probably from the jerking of Kâhâ's when dying. This raven did to the wolf's town just as if he were taking me out of the water. 117. Now he is going to use himself as a paddle so that he will be seen around his wolf Phraitry's canoe. 40, composed by Kâ'ck of the Kâ'gwantân. This wolf Phraitry wants to put itself inside of your fort, Ê'naxxî'daq's children, so that we can sleep. The Kâ'gwantân's children are going to be like Raven. He is going among the people of his wolf Phraitry. 41, composed by Saxa of the Kâ'gwantân. I can see the spirits that are going to come to me. They will go under a cloud. They will be my masters who will walk in the Raven town. 42, composed by Crying-Wolf, Gâx'î, of the Chilkat Kâ'gwantân. I wonder what the eagle has done to him. His raven Phraitry always flies around him. They fly around thickly unlike Raven when he made the world. The translation of the last paragraph is uncertain. 43, this was sung by Nurich, Ê'naxxî'daq, chief of the Ê'naxxî'daq people, when he defeated a Yakutat chief in a property contest, as related in Story 26. I am very much ashamed of the chief. He only made a pretense with cedar bark. He made it into copper plates. Will you come back here? Do you think we never have feasts in this town? 44, composed by one of the Kâ'gwantân called you. Thinking of you, Kâ'gwantân's children, is just like having spirits come down upon me. Alas! Kâ'gwantân's children, why don't you fulfill your promise that you were going to die with me? 45, composed by For a Town Spirit, Ê'naxxî'daq, of the Ê'naxxî'daq about the Atcgû'k. Denton, because when the latter came to Juneau to drink they did not pay any attention to the Ê'naxxî'daq people. This is not your grandfather's town. It is my grandfather's place that has made you rich, you poor slaves. I observe how people are treated after they are dead, and therefore I drink before I die, i.e., enjoy myself. What you did was very selfish, Atcgû'k, Denton's children. But I will not blame you for your words. It is this raven's fault. 46, composed by Nigot, one of the Taku-Yenidi. His name is used also by the Kâ'gwantân. You surprise me, you raven. When you see a person of the wolf Phraitry, you want to get way up on a branch. What do you think I live for? I live to drink whiskey. Have pity on me, Foam Takiti's children. 118. 47, composed for and given to other water, Moldy-End, of the Kâ'gwantân, who lived very long ago. He went to Prince of Wales Island to marry a woman named Swanton. When he was ready to start back, his father-in-law laid down a row of copper plates for his daughter to walk down on, and, as she went down, they sang this song and gave it to the Kâ'gwantân. It is therefore called Tlngit Tlng's Return Song. The words are in Tsimshian and are the following. Zelgayua Hua Ê'naxxî'daq, Ê'naxxî'daq. 48, composed by T.S. Atcgû'k, a daql, oca, about cults, Atcgû'k of the Kâ'ck, ed. I am going to die without seeing daql. Auds children any more. That is nothing if I lose lots of property. It is only crying about myself that comes to me in song. 49, composed by one of the Ê'naxxî'daq about Juneau when gold was first found there. Do not talk any more, Ê'naxxî'daq's children. You are ahead of all the people, in the world. 50, an angry song, composed by Kîksa'dî. Of the Ê'naxxî'daq against Little Raven, Yelk, a blind man of Tongass, Qoan, with whom he was angry. Just as if a man chased him out on the beach because of someone's talking, Little Raven threw himself before my words. I do not feel even a little numb. That fellow, Little Raven, whose words they are always reporting to me, cannot see anything. 51, on the same subject as the above and by the same composer. Little Raven, I hate what you keep saying, because you are a slave son and can see nothing. I hate to have you talk to me because you have spots all over your face like a big sea cucumber, and look like a slave. Don't you know that, because you cannot see anything, you big slave son, you keep picking up sand instead of dipping into the dish? 52, composed about a certain man by Ê'naxxî'daq, one of the Ê'naxxî'daq. The Jamestown 119 has punished you already, Ê'naxxî'daq's children. Put away all of your lying. That is how you get the best of people. I always like to have you pity me in this Gold Creek. I always feel very happy when you pity me in this Gold Creek, Kîksa'dî's children. 53, composed by one of the Boxhouse people called Saxa, about another man, among the Brant, Kîksa'dî, one of the Kîksa'dî. It was sung at feasts and in making peace. This is the way this raven always takes the lives of the wolf Phraitry. This raven has already flown up on the branch with the words of, the wolf Phraitry for which the wolf Phraitry is asking him. He thought that it was his friend's words that the raven was doing this with. That always shakes him, i.e., it was really the words of the wolf Phraitry. 54, reply of among the Brant, Kîksa'dî, to Saxa. I compare myself to a drum beaten to make peace on the way back. They are beating it already in the raven's town. 55, composed by Dead Slave, Guxnall, about a woman named Poor Orphan, Kâ'gwantân. Who was a very poor girl, but who, when she grew up, became the richest woman in Wrangell. I used to make fun of this poor little girl at Wrangell when she was very small. Where did you get the whiskey, that makes you feel so high? You are never ashamed. 56, composed by Kâ'gwantân, a man of the Sitka Kâ'gwantân, about one of the Nanyii named Qoan, before the victory of the Sitka people over those of Wrangell. You are hurrying to death too fast, Nanyi's children. You ought to have seen your wolf Phraitry first. 57, composed by Kâ'ck, a Kâ'gwantân, about his brother's wife. His name probably refers to the wolf making a noise that can be heard a long distance off. The woman is represented as if speaking, and anticipating being sent away by the whites for drunkenness. It is just as if I were beginning to get drunk. This is what you are like, grass people's children. Have pity on me before I am sent away from here, Kâ'gwantân's children. 58, composed by the woman referred to above, in reply. Her name was Ê'naxxî'daq, and she belonged to the Atcgû'k, Denton. What you are saying about me is very hard, Kâ'gwantân's children. I am very sad. You, i.e., the man accusing her, have given me one drink of whiskey after another. So you ought to have pity on me, Kâ'gwantân's children. 59, composed by a shaman of the Kâ'gwantân named Kâ'gwantân. It is only on account of whiskey that you pity me. Why don't you also love me, Ditsitan's children? 60, composed by Little Raven, Yelk. One of the Prince of Wales Island people, Qoan, about Kîksa'dî. Of the Ê'naxxî'daq, who had previously gotten the best of him, see Song 50. He speaks sarcastically. They have already knocked down this little raven. This little raven is already ashamed. 61, composed by Under a Blanket, Kâ'gwantân, of the Watandi, part of the Kîksa'dî, about the son of Ê'naxxî'daq. Ê'naxxî'daq named Ê'scu'k, whose brother had been killed in compensation for the killing of her brother. His mind is just like mine, L.U.K., Ê'naxxî'daq's children. So that I am beginning to love him. I wonder what I always look for when I wake up in the morning. Sometime I might see my brothers. 62, composed by Man That Is Not Alright, Kâ'gwantân, about Princess Tom, Kâ'gwantân, because when she was very young all sorts of young men went to her house, filling it as if it were a saloon. Princess Tom was the own sister of Kâ'gwantân. See page 347. Even from a saloon people get away, but not from you, Raven Woman. 63, composed by a man named Kâ'ck, around a flat basket, or around a woven oil presser, whose wife was taken away from him by her people, who would not let her return. Like one who desires whiskey, I never sleep, Toki'd's children. 64, composed by Among the Brant, Kîksa'dî, 120 of the Kîksa'dî, about Saxa, when his wife had been taken from him, and he felt very sad. The last words are said to be in Tsimshian. My own mind is very hard to me. It is just as if I were carrying my mind around. What is the matter with you? 65, composed by Saxa on the same subject as the song next preceding. A man named Kâ'gwantân, belonging to the Chilkat Kâ'gwantân, ran away with Saxa's wife, but the latter was afterward killed by Kâ'gwantân's first wife whom he had abandoned. You have already seen this raven going up to the ghost country. Her wolf Phraitry has come out to see her. She has seen her wolf Phraitry for death. 66, a man named News, Ni composed this song and immediately afterward stabbed several of his friends. He was dreaming of Ê'naxxî'daq. Spirit always smiling around. 67, songs said to have been sung by Wrangell Indians on the way to Sitka when they felt sure that they were going to be killed. Floating down from the Stikine, the feelings of this raven are toward the Barkhouse people's children, i.e., he worries about his family. He thinks about the lives of the Barkhouse people's children. 68, dorsal fin of killer whale scene, Gûc'dîn, one of the Nanya-e, almost died when on the way to Victoria, and composed this song about his old friends. It is not Raven's town I am crying about. It is my own grandfather's town I am crying about. Poor dorsal fin of killer whale scene will die before he reaches Victoria. 69, although this song is very much older, the words were put in at the time the people of Sitka killed those of Wrangell. Just before they started singing, everyone had to raise his paddle and cheer on account of the scalps. A Nanya-e killed at that time was named Tlingit. Will you live at the Stikine anymore? 70, this is sung by all the Kâ'gwantân when a person's body is being burned, the first part during the burning itself and the second part while the women are dancing around the fire, wearing ear pendants. The first part is called nodding of heads to and fro, Kîksa'dî, and the only words used are tina, suwu, there are lots of coppers, repeated again and again. My nephew has been led up to a place where people go who have been killed. 121. His uncles have already made a house for him there. 71, a man had all of his friends destroyed by a bear, and was the only one left in the fort they were then occupying. There he composed this song. The last words are used because he was going to succeed his uncle. I compare you, my uncle, to your high-caste friends. A man in the same state as myself is now wandering about this world, crying. At that time a man such as that asked to have the things taken out from his place. 72, composed by a Chilkat man named Kâ'gwantân on the instant when he was asked to compose a song about a certain man's mother who had just died. This eagle has taken his raven over to a good sandy beach. It is enough to make one cry, Kîksa'dî's children. A raven, however, always comes to amuse her. 73, composed by Other Water, Moldy-End, over a dead man. My younger brother has brought me a great joy of laughter. If I knew the way they go, I would go right to him. 74, composed by Joined Together, Ê'naxxî'daq, when all of his friends went down the rapids at Ê'naxxî'daq, and were drowned. I always look expectantly to see someone stand up in front of the town and in the bay. I always compare my brothers to the people the duck tribe saved. They went right down under the earth like those high-caste people. 75, composed by Here Is a Feather, Ê'naxxî'daq, one of the Kâ'gwantân, when his brother died. It is used as a mourning and dancing song. Help me with your believing, Kâ'gwantân's children. It is as if my grandfather's house were turning over with me. Where is the person that will save me? 76, composed by Man for Himself, Ê'naxxî'daq, one of the Kâ'gwantân, about his wife, who was from Kâ'ck. It was originally composed in Haida, and the Haida words are said to be the following. Lakiwe, Jacinda, Heelgûch. The Tlingit equivalent is given at greater length, as follows. I love you from my heart, Tsegd's children. You are the only one I will die with. 77, composed by Pressing Down, Caste, AK, one of the Tcuk and Ca, Tk'uk'd women. Her brothers were drowned and their bodies were not recovered. Your point 122 has beaten me, Kâ'gwantân's children. But take pity on me. I wonder what I always look after when I wake up in the morning. Sometime I might see my brothers. 78, composed by Kâ'ck of the Kâ'gwantân when his father and his uncle died. The noise of your death, my uncle, will come down through Chilkat River. The nation's drum has fallen down, my mother. Take the drum out from among the nations so that they can hear my mother. 79, composed by a Nanya'e named Kâ'ck, about Kâ'ck. And Ê'naxxî'daq, referring to the time when they strove to cross the Stikine and were turned to stone. This is a mourning song, therefore a long cane is used when it is sung. The nation's canoe is drifting ashore with him. My uncle is already dead. I do not expect him any more. Kâ'ck. And his brothers waded out across the Stikine. Their sister looked at them. Then they turned into stone. 123. 80, composed by Man Who Obeys, Q.I.A.X. Coast, of the Kâ'gwantân about his son who was drowned coming down Chilkat River. This wolf Phraitry will go away crying from the raven town. Do you think you made the future for this wolf Phraitry, you raven? 81, composed by one of the Kâ'gwantân named Cgwatc, about an uncle who had died. I always think within myself that there is no place where people do not die. I do not know where my uncle is. Probably the spirits threw down my uncle into the spirits cave around this world. 82, Mourning Song composed by Sakwait, a woman of the Ê'naxxî'daq, about her brother who was drowned. I am like the people who were killed by the south wind. 83, Mourning Song composed by Sakwait. About her drowned brother. I wish I were like that woman who was helped by Atcgû'k. If I were like the woman that he helped, I should rebuild my uncle's house. Perhaps my brother went into the sun's trail so that I can never see him again. 84, Ê'naxxî'daq, chief of the Kâ'gwantân, dreamed this song about the wolf post. I will put back my uncles. I will go into the sun world's houses. 85, a song without words, sung by spirits when food is sent to them through the fire. 86, composed since the missionaries came, by a man named Dear Woman, Kâ'wantân, at a time when the people were hunting sea otter. Almighty God, have pity on me so that I can reach my town. 87, a peace song composed by a Chilkat man named Kîngu, perhaps Ê'naxxî'daq, after there had been war between his people and the Wakatan, and the latter were coming up there to a peace feast. Why do you talk so, Wakatan's children? You are going to see Chilkat. A person cannot make anyone like Wakatan's children. They have been valued from long ago. 88, this is sung when peace is being made after a great war. With a change in the name of the clan mentioned it could be used by anyone. If you had died, Kâ'gwantân's children, I would have cut off my hair for you. I love you so much that I would have blackened my face for you, Kâ'gwantân's children. 89. The singer of this is a hummingbird deer, Ê'naxxî'daq, so called because he performs like a hummingbird. Just before he started this song, the persons who had charge of him turned around 4 times with him in the direction the sun takes. My masters, my opposite phratry, I am going to speak thus. My masters joined in with me. I am feeling very lonely away. I am going to my uncle's town. I am singing inside, my masters. I am crying about myself. 90. A deer song supposed to have been used by the land otters when they were making peace and afterward by men also. Raven married a woman of the land otter people. At that time Raven became a messenger. The land otter people began to take one another up as deer. Here is a drum. This, i.e., the drum, is a big lobster. This drum is very noisy. Then Raven beat it very hard. This drum is very noisy. Then he knocked a hole through it. It was to do this to the drum that he came among those people. 91. This is called a half-song, and was composed by a man named Saxa, about a deer. He has now gone in among them. His raven phratry will save him. 92. Composed by Ê'naxxî'daq when peace was made between the Ê'naxxî'daq, Ê'naxxî'daq and the Kâ'gwantân. Paddle ahead that raven's canoe very fast. A sheltered place for the raven's canoe is not very far from here. He is very much afraid of seeing the wolf's home. 93. Composed by going across the road, Degahit, a rich man who was paid to compose it, one time when the Kâ'gwantân and the Wakatan made peace. Raven is coming by canoe to the wolf's town. All shout, hurrah! Wakatan's children. Shout well for the canoe. 94. This was composed by a Low-Caste, Ê'naxxî'daq man named Lakina, when he was the only one of his people saved and his enemies wanted to make peace with him. He danced as a deer, singing this song, and at the end of it cut in two the man standing next to him. When used as a deer song in later times, the last words were of course different. I did this way regarding myself. I would not let what my conscience said to me, pass. Before his death I saw his ghost. At once he stabbed and killed Kîksa'dî. 95. A peace song composed by a Kâ'gwantân man of Chilkat named Ê'naxxî'daq. I am going to nod my head toward you, Kâ'gwantân's children. Don't talk like that. Goodbye, Lazae, 124 with your words, you raven. 96. Composed by one of the Kâ'gwantân named Tlingit, and used in making peace and at feasts. When the dancers have reached the door, someone says, where is the man, and they reply, up in the woods, because the man who is to start the song hides himself just before it begins. Do not look after your wolf phratry any more, you raven, it has already gone into the woods, you raven. 97. 125 composed by Kîksa'dî, a Kâ'gwantân man, about men who never keep their word, those who talk much after they have been drinking and later do not remember what they have said. The Tlingit are referred to because he married a woman of that family, and they always came to him when they got drunk. After you have been drinking you better stop talking about how well you were brought up, Tlingit's children. What one of you thinks about it when he is sober? 98. Song composed by a man who had been brought up in court before Judge Tuttle. Never mind about this, Judge. You are not a child of the Kîksa'dî that people should be afraid of you. 99. A love song originally obtained from a Tagish woman. Why have I come to you to die from far inland only to find that you have gone away to another town, on a steamer? Here I am, crying for you. 100. A very modern love song. I don't care about anything since even my dear boy, my dear Tommy, has gone from me. 101. A love song composed by a dancer named Ê'naxxî'daq, who belonged to the Raven phratry. His sweetheart was away when the 4th of July came. I wonder what this coming July morning will be like. My mind is very weak thinking that I shall be unable to see my aunts, i.e., my sweetheart. 126. 102. composed by a man named Raven Skin, Ê'naxxî'daq, when his sweetheart abandoned him. If one had control of death, it would be very easy to die with a wolf woman. It would be very pleasant. 103, a mourning song belonging to the Kâ'gwantân. It is his own fault that this wolf man got into that condition, i.e., died. Do not lay the blame on anybody else. Abstracts of myths. Myths recorded in English at Sitka. 1. Raven. Raven was the son of a man named Kîksa'dî, who gave him strength to make the world. After he had made it, he obtained the stars, moon, and daylight from their keeper at the head of Nass by letting himself be swallowed by the keeper's daughter and be born of her. He obtained fresh water by tricking its owner, Petrel. As he was flying out through the smoke hole, however, Petrel made his smoke hole spirits catch him and lighted a fire under him, turning him from white to black. Raven scattered the fresh water out of his mouth to make rivers and streams. Because some people who were fishing for Ê'naxxî'daq would not take him across a river, he let the sun forth, and they fled into the woods or ocean, becoming such animals as the skins they wore had belonged to. Next, Raven stole fat from some boys who were throwing it back and forth. He found a piece of jade bearing some design, stuck it into the ground, and pretended to a spring salmon that the object was calling it names. The salmon came ashore, and Raven killed it. Then he got the birds to procure him skunk cabbage so that they might eat the fish, but instead of feeding them, he sent them away a second time and ate it himself, burying the bones in the ashes. After that the birds dressed and painted themselves up. Raven came to the bear, and the latter fed him on some of his own flesh, a proceeding which Raven tried to imitate in vain a little later. Then Raven went out fishing with bear and cormorant, killed the former by cutting off a piece of flesh, and pulled out cormorant's tongue so that he could not tell anybody. Afterward he killed bear's wife by inducing her to eat halibut bladders which he had filled with hot stones. He came to some fishermen and stole the bait from their hooks, but was finally hooked in the nose and had to recover his nose disguised as another person. Now he came to some deer with fat hanging out of their nostrils, pretended that it was mucus, and obtained it. He started along by canoe, and all of the animals wanted to accompany him, but he accepted only deer. Coming to a deep valley, he laid some dried celery stalks across, covered them with moss, and induced deer to try to walk across. Deer did so and was precipitated to the bottom, where he was devoured by Raven. Afterward Raven began mourning for him. Now he met the old woman who controls the tide, and forced her to let the tide fall and rise as it does today. At the same time he told mink to live on sea urchins. Then he went on crying, my wife, and, when he saw some gum on a tree, thought that the tree also was mourning. Coming to Petrel again, he contended with him as to which was the older, but finally Petrel put on his fog hat so that Raven was unable to find his way out and had to admit Petrel was older than he. He induced Petrel to let his hat go into the world, so that when people see fog coming out of an opening in the woods and going right back, they know it will be good weather. He obtained fire with the help of a chicken hawk whose bill was burned off in getting it, and he put the fire into red cedar and some white stones. Coming to the great house containing all fish, he brought it ashore by means of a cane carved to resemble the tentacle of a devilfish, and gave a feast for his dead mother out of part of its contents. The other fish spread throughout the world. He invited the killer whales, pretended that he was going to show them how to stick canes into their necks, and stuck sharp-pointed sticks in instead, thus killing all but one. When Raven and another person were boiling down the grease from these killer whales, he stole all from the other man. Then this man shut him up in a greasebox and kicked it off a high cliff, but Raven had induced him to fasten it with a piece of straw instead of rope, and immediately flew out. 127. He flew inside of a whale, and lived on what it swallowed and its insides. At last he cut out its heart and killed it. After he had floated ashore the people cut a hole through and he flew away. Returning to the same place, he persuaded them that this was a bad portent, so they left the town, and Raven consumed what they had abandoned. Once Raven went to a calm place just outside of Sitka and made many waves by rocking his canoe, since which time it has always been very rough there. Next he set the heron and sea gull to quarreling in order to obtain a herring which the former had swallowed. Having stolen a salmon from some people when they were asleep, they in turn discovered him asleep and wrenched off his gizzard. He went after it, found them using it as a polo ball, and recovered it, but ever since the raven's gizzard has been big and dirty. Next he married the daughter of Qoan the salmon, and they put up many salmon eggs and dried salmon. When it became stormy the salmon eggs helped him paddle. Afterward he carried up the dried salmon and dumped the salmon eggs overboard, so that people do not care much for salmon eggs nowadays. He met a man whose club would go out to sea and kill seal of itself, stole this club, and tried to make it do the same thing for him, but it would not, and he broke it in pieces on the rocks. He tried to make a certain place like Nass, but the clams shooting upward drowned his voice and he was unsuccessful. He turned to stone two brothers who had started to cross the Stikine. Coming to the groundhog people, he tried to make them believe that the spring snowslides had begun so that they would throw their surplus food out of doors, but in vain. He had to wait until spring, when they threw it all out, and he gave a feast for his mother with it. Before this took place, however, he obtained the female genital organs from a certain island, and put them in their places. Then he invited everybody in the world to his feast because he wanted to see a dance hat and chilkat blanket which were owned by the Ê'naxxî'daq. Since then people have liked to attend feasts. Raven put a woman under the world to attend to the rising and falling of the tides. Once he wanted to go under the ocean, so he had this woman raise the waters, and they went up to the tops of the mountains. They went up slowly, however, so that people had time to load their canoes. The bears which were walking around on the tops of the mountains tried to swim out to them, and those who had dogs were then well protected. Some people walled about the mountain tops and kept their canoes inside. All who survived were without firewood, however, and died of cold, except some who were turned to stone by Raven along with many animals and fishes. Then the sea went down so far that it was dry everywhere. Raven and another birdman went about picking up fishes to boil the grease out of them, but Raven took only small fishes like sculpins while the other took whales, etc. Raven seared his companion away and began drinking his grease, but he came back, put Raven into a greasebox, and kicked him off from a high cliff as had happened before. Raven also escaped in the same manner. One time Raven invited the bears to a feast, and induced the wren to pull out the entrails of one of them through his anus and thus kill him. Raven had become so great an eater from having eaten the black spots off his toes. After everybody had been destroyed at the time of the flood, Raven made a new generation out of leaves, and so it happens that at the time when leaves fall there are many deaths. He made a devilfish digging stick and went around to all things on the beaches, asking them if they were going to hurt human beings. If they said no, he left them, if yes, he rooted them up. In his time fern roots were already cooked, but he made them green, while devilfish, which were fat, he made hard. On one occasion he invited all the tribes of little people, and, when they were seated upon mats, he shook them and the little people flew into people's eyes, becoming their pupils. He tried to capture a sculpin in order to eat it, but it slipped between his fingers, and its tail became slender as it is today. He threw his blanket upon the sea, let it float ashore, and threw it upon a bush where it became Rebes bracteosum, Kâ'ck. Drinking water he called cat, K. He placed a woman at the head of a creek and said that the salmon should go up to see her. He made the quills of the porcupine out of yellow cedar bark. He made the west wind, which he placed in a house on top of a mountain, and decreed that it should hurt nobody. He also told a person how to obtain strength enough to paddle home by taking up a piece of red salmon and blowing behind him. Raven made also the south wind and the north wind. He made all the other native races of people. The dog was at first a human being, but Raven altered him because he was too quick. One time Raven came to a thing called Fat on the Sea. He made it go under water and come up again, and every time it came up he cut some of it off with his paddle. The 8th time it went under for good. At one place a person came out and spoke angrily to Raven, whereupon he turned him into a wild celery plant. He tied something around the head of a clam and gave it the same name as a man's privates. After having tried every sort of contrivance for supporting the earth, Raven drained a seawater pond when the tide was out, killed a beaver living at the bottom of it and used its foreleg. Old Woman Under the Earth has charge of it. Afterward Raven killed a big whale and tried to have it towed into the pond where the beaver had been. Finally he got tired out and turned it into stone along with the 4 canoes that were towing it. He gave names to several other places in this neighborhood. 2. The Big Clam. In Ê'naxxî'daq Inlet is a place named after a person who was swallowed by a halibut in attempting to wade over to some girls picking berries at a strawberry patch on the other side. In the same neighborhood is a big clam which used to swallow canoes. Raven, however, directed a little mink to call to it to stick its head out, and after it had done so the people plunged sticks into it and cut in two the ligament for closing its valves. 3. English version of the story of the 4 brothers. 4 brothers owned a dog which pursued a cloud up into the sky, and they followed it, coming out at the edge of a very steep place on the other side of the world. Descending this with difficulty they came upon a one-legged man spearing salmon, and one of them stole his spear point by concealing himself in a salmon and cutting it off. Next day the man discovered them and killed 3, but the 4th, who had red paint and a rattle, assisted by his dog, killed him and restored his brothers to life. After that they killed the bear chief, whose slave they had already destroyed, and went down to his house, where the most powerful of them took his place. That evening the people outside played with a hoop, and the 3 younger brothers were killed by it. Then the other brother sent the dog after it, and he threw it far up into the mountains where it made their curved outlines. The next time he threw, it went around the sun and made the ring of light seen there. After that the 3 brothers were restored to life and all started off. They came to Athabascan people, who had holes in their faces in place of mouths, and who fed themselves with worms through these. There the youngest brother, Ê'naxxî'daq, obtained bows and arrows. By and by they came to some people who were bathing for strength in the sea, and joined them. At this time they suspected that Ê'naxxî'daq was going with his sister, so they put spruce gum around the place where she slept and discovered it was true, for which they called him all sorts of names, and told him to go away from them and become a thunder. He did so, and their sister was so ashamed that she went down into Mount Atcgû'k. When the thunder is heard nowadays people call upon it to drive away sickness. The other brothers started across the Stikine and became rocks there. 4. Origin of the killer whale. The killer whales were made out of yellow cedar by a man of the Atcgû'k after he had tried every other kind of wood in vain. One time a man and his wife discovered some killer whales camping, and scared them away. When the man began to take away their provisions, however, they came back and carried off his wife. The husband followed, and when he saw them go down into the ocean he jumped in after them. First he came to a town occupied by the shark people, where he met a hook he had formerly lost, now become their slave. Directed by the shark chief, he met the killer whale chief's slave chopping wood behind the town, caused him to break his axe, and mended it for him. Then the slave stationed him at the door, and as he carried some water into the house pretended to spill it into the fire. While the house was full of steam the man seized his wife and ran off. Then the killer whales and sharks had a great fight and many killer whales were destroyed. When the killer whales start north the seals say, "Here come the warriors." There are several kinds of killer whales. In former times the killer whales dug through a cliff in the Bay Kâ'gwantân, and carried their canoes across to the other side on skids. They still cross at this place every year. 5. Kâ'ck. Kâ'ck was taken south from Sitka by the land otters and sent back again by the husbands of a woman who had been carried off like himself. What they used as a canoe was a skate, and they kept him covered all the way. After a time one of his friends heard him singing in the midst of a fog, but they could not get near him until they had fasted for 2 days. Then they found him lying upon a log with blood running out of his nose and mouth. They brought him home, and he became a great shaman. 6. The land otter sister. A man's sister had been taken away by the land otters and was married among them. One time, when he was camping by himself making a canoe, she began bringing him food. Afterward she sent her 3 children to help him get bait, catch halibut, and launch his new canoe. 7. The Land Otter Son. During a famine at Sitka, a man's son, who had been taken by the land otters, brought him bait and put halibut on his hook when they went fishing together. On the way back he speared a seal, and afterward they brought home loads of halibut, seal, etc. At first he went back into the forest during the day, but after a while he began to stay with them, and day by day his body became plainer. By and by they started back to town, and as they neared it, their son's form began to grow indistinct. When his mother moved forward to look at him, he was gone. 8. The Wolf Chief's Son. A boy found a little wolf, which killed all kinds of animals for him. One day he loaned it to his brother-in-law, and the latter did not treat it right, so it ran away. The boy followed it, and finally came to a big lake, over which he was helped by an old woman, who told him that his wolf was the son of the town chief in the village opposite. When he got there he was given a quill that would kill any animal it was pointed at, and a blanket which healed on one side and killed on the other. The people in that village were rolling something about which the chief told him was the rainbow. When he reached home again he found all dead, but he restored them to life by means of his blanket. With his 2 gifts he became wealthy. 9. Wolverine Man. A man out hunting saw a wolverine killing a herd of mountain sheep, and presently he came to Wolverine Man's house, which was full of game. Wolverine Man taught him various hunting taboos for that region, and showed him how to make a groundhog trap. The man also learned that a small bushy tree called Ê'naxxî'daq is Wolverine Man's wife. When he got home he explained the trap to his people, and then started off trapping again with another man who thought he understood how to do it. He who had been with Wolverine Man soon discovered, however, that this person thought he had said that the groundhogs were caught by whittling up sticks in front of their holes. 10. The Halibut People. A chief's daughter stepped on halibut slime and said something that made the halibut people angry. They came by canoe to get her in marriage, but as soon as they were out of sight of the town they fastened her to a rock by means of some pitch, and she died there. By and by her brothers found her body. Then one of them, disguised as their sister, went down to the halibut chief and killed him. On their way home after this one of the brothers shot a duck and said something offensive to it. For this the killer whale, the duck's grandfather, took them down to his house, burned them badly before the fire, and turned them into a certain species of duck. 11. Stories of the Monster Devilfish and the Crybaby. A big devilfish swept all of the occupants of a certain camp into the sea except 3 brothers who were out hunting. Then the 2 elder brothers killed it with sharpened sticks, although they were themselves dragged down by it, while their youngest brother traveled to another place and reported what had happened. In the same town was a little boy who cried so constantly that his father called upon a land otter man to carry him off. The land otter people fed him on what looked like blackberries, but were really spiders. 2 days later his people found him, but when they had expelled the spiders from his body, nothing was left but his skin. 12. The Woman Who Was Killed by a Clam. A woman reached under a rock for clams, and a large bivalve closed upon her hand and held her. When the tide rose she was drowned. 13. Root Stump. The people of a certain village were carried up into the sky out of sight by seizing something which dropped down among them. Those who were making canoes also disappeared mysteriously. Only a woman and her daughter were left. Then the daughter swallowed some root sap and gave birth to a boy called Root Stump. This boy pulled down the thing that had carried off his people, by running his roots into the earth, and he killed the man who had destroyed the canoe makers. Afterward he became a great hunter. 14. The Protracted Winter. For treating a piece of seaweed disrespectfully a certain town was buried deep in snow at the very beginning of summer. The people were in want until informed by a bird that berries were ripe in a neighboring town. So they repaired thither and found it midsummer. 15. Beaver and Porcupine. Porcupine stayed with Beaver to protect him from bear. By and by Porcupine went home and Beaver with him, and when Bear approached, Porcupine carried Beaver up to the very top of the tree and left him. Finally Squirrel came and helped Beaver down. Then Beaver carried Porcupine out to an island, from which he escaped only by calling on Wolverine, who caused the surface of the lake to freeze over. After that happened, Porcupine went to live with Groundhog. A man caught a groundhog, but, as he was about to cook its head, the head spoke. He was seared, stopped trapping groundhogs, and went up to see his bear dead falls, when one of these fell upon him and killed him. 16. The Poor Man Who Caught Wonderful Things. A poor man could catch no halibut, although others were very successful. One day he pulled up a huge abalone, but he became so tired at what people said to him about it that he let it go again. By and by he baited his hook with a sponge saturated with blood from his nose and pulled up a nest in which were multitudes of fishes called Ê'naxxî'daq. From these he became very rich. 17. The Finding of the Blue Paint, and how a certain creek received its name. Four brothers were forced by a storm to take refuge at a place near Mount Atcgû'k, and one of them discovered a blue substance out of which they made paint. When they started back with some of this, the weather became stormy, and one of them suggested it might be best to throw the blue substance overboard, but the eldest held on and they reached home safe. One day some women were gathering shellfish at a place not far from Sitka. While they were down on the beach, the baby belonging to one of them began crying, and its mother shouted to an older child to give it something to eat. Misunderstanding her words, the child rolled the baby into the fire and burned it up. Thereafter the stream at that place was named Creek where a person was burned, Kîksa'dî. 18. Various Adventures Near Cross Sound. A man collecting cedar bark slipped from his tree climber and was strangled by it. Afterward the board he had slipped from was always exhibited at potlatches. Two men belonging to the same place had their canoe swallowed by a devilfish, and the people of the town sank a great piece of half-burned wood in the sea over the devilfish hole. It was never seen afterward, and probably killed the devilfish. Some hunters killed a land otter, cooked and ate it. They were followed home by a land otter man, who began throwing rocks at them from a tree. After they said something to it, it threw cones instead. Toward morning they lighted a fire under the tree and made the land otter man fall into it. A woman had disappeared from the town these men came from, so everybody hunted for her. At last they came upon the house of those who had killed her, which they overthrew and set on fire over the heads of its occupants. A shaman who belonged to the people they had destroyed learned from his spirits where there was flint and broke some off by their help. 19. Kâ'gwantân. A Sitka man named Kâ'ck hunted bear, was taken into a bear's den, and married a female grizzly bear by which he had several children. When he went back to his own people, his bear wife told him to have nothing to do with his human wife and children. He went hunting every day, but took everything to his bear wife and children. One time, however, he disobeyed her injunctions and was killed by his bear family. Kâ'ck's bear children afterward spread over the world and were killed in various places, the last by the Sitka people in White Stone Narrows. Before they killed him, the bear destroyed an entire camp in which a girl had said something bad to him. 20. The Unsuccessful Hunters. A sea lion hunter speared the sea lion chief's son and was drowned, but his companion reached a rock in safety. He was taken into the sea lion chief's house, cured the chief's son by pulling out the spear point, and was sent home inside of a sea lion's stomach. Two other hunters, along with their canoe, were taken into the house of the Ê'naxxî'daq because one of them had struck his slave, the skate. When he learned that they were Kâ'gwantân, however, he sent them home, and told them to use his emblem, Rock House. 21. Origin of Iceberg House. A man whose friends had all died took some pieces of ice up into the house and treated them as if he were feasting them, in order to show respect to his dead friends. Since that time the Grass people have owned Iceberg House. Afterward he went outside and called aloud as if he were inviting people to a feast, upon which a multitude of bears came down, and he feasted them. As they went out they showed their respect for him by licking him. 22. The woman taken away by the frog people. A woman in the Yakutat country said something which displeased the frogs, and she was taken away by them. Next spring a man saw her among the frogs. So the people drained the pond and recovered her. She had been living on black mud like the frogs, and after her people got all of this out of her, she died. From this, according to some, the Kîksa'dî claimed the frog crest and names. 23. How the frogs honored the dead. A Kâ'gwantân chief having died, one of his friends called upon the Kîksa'dî to take care of his body. The frog people, hearing this, thought that they were meant, and when the corpse was being burnt a big frog jumped out from the place, made a noise, and then jumped into the flames. Afterward they captured slaves for the dead man, and, when they put food into the fire for him, they named the frog as well. 24. The Brant Wives. A Kîksa'dî found 2 women swimming in a pond, seized their coats, and compelled them to marry him. They were really Brants. When the Brants came north in the spring his wives obtained food from their people, but when they returned south the wives went with them. The man went after them, and, although they were at first afraid of his bow and arrows, they finally let him live with them. When they went north once more, war broke out between the Heron people and the Brant people, and the man killed so many of the former that they made peace. 25. Story of the Puffin. A woman used to wish that she might live among the birds on a certain island. One time, as she and some other women were endeavoring to land there, they were capsized and all her companions drowned. Some time afterward her father happened to pass the place and saw his daughter sitting among the birds. He tried to induce the birds in every way to give her up, but succeeded only by offering them some white hair that had belonged to his wife's grandfather. Each bird put one of these hairs on its head, and they let the woman go. Because the women who were drowned there were Ê'naxxî'daq, Denton the Ê'naxxî'daq, Denton claimed that island. 26. Story of the Wainhouse people. A youth who had been trained to hunt mountain sheep was carried away by them, and liberated only after his people had made war on the mountain sheep. Then he taught the people mountain sheep taboos, and he became a great shaman. Afterward his people went to Little Lake Fort and built a big house for him. When the shaman fasted for this, B saw the wain, so they carved the posts to represent the wain and named it Wain House. Once, after he had had a possession, he sent his friends out for a grizzly bear. They destroyed it, but it killed the first man who attacked it, and the shaman restored him to life. Later he performed about a dead raven to make his people successful in war, and, when they went out, they destroyed their enemy's fort completely. One time some women went to a reef near this town, lost their canoe, and were drowned in the rising tide. Another time a wealthy man from Yakutat visited Ê'naxxî'daq. While he was there the son of the town chief threw the stern piece of his canoe, which was covered with abalone shell, into the fire. A property contest followed between the 2 chiefs in which the man from Yakutat was worsted. In the same fort a woman gave birth to the greatest liar among those people. When his mother died he started for Chilkat to give the people a death feast, and on his return related the following adventures. He said that on his way Indian rice hailed down into the canoe, and he obtained syrup to put on it from a waterfall of syrup. They got up to Qoan by blowing on the sail, and when he began crying he put a piece of bark in front of his face and the tears ran down on it in streams. 27. The Ê'naxxî'daq River people. 2 shamans at Ê'naxxî'daq River began singing, the one to bring up Tlingit, the other to bring bears and other forest animals. The first succeeded in starting a run of fish by going down under the river in a little canoe. After that the land otters tried to carry off 2 women who were menstruant, but, with the assistance of the shaman, the people finally made them desist. Some people in a neighboring town who heard of it spoke contemptuously of the land otters, and their whole town with the exception of 2 men was destroyed by a flood of water from the lake above them. After this one of the shamans set out for another place. On the way he hooked an enormous devilfish which swept all the forest trees in his vicinity into the ocean. When he performed blindfolded at that town, the people ran out their feet to trip him up, but he jumped over them. He also stabbed a man and restored him to life. Presently he predicted an eclipse, and when it came on, the people all danced to dance the moon out and held out their property to it so that it would not feel poor. Meanwhile the other shaman brought an enormous salmon into Ê'naxxî'daq river, and his spirits were so powerful that a small boy sufficed to kill it. There is a hole in the neighborhood of that place out of which quantities of rocks used to come when there was to be a great run of eulachon or other fish. A glacier crosses Ê'naxxî'daq in one place, and he who speaks while passing under it is overwhelmed. When it was asked for food, it would rush into the water and raise a wave, carrying numbers of salmon ashore. An Athabascan shaman living far up the river was visited by several canoe loads of people from below and prophesied that one canoe load would be lost under the glacier. The downriver shaman then fought with the Athabascan by means of his spirits and killed him. There is a rock just south of Ê'naxxî'daq River inhabited by the spirits of a certain shaman, and it is used as a crest by the Atcgû'k. The Ê'naxxî'daq River people once killed a rich man belonging to some people who lived on a stream farther north. The next time they went up there the enemy forced them to enter their fort through a narrow passage and killed a large number. On their third expedition, however, they destroyed the fort and all within it. Another time some Ê'naxxî'daq people visited at a place beyond, where they were invited to take sweat baths, and were killed. Then the Ê'naxxî'daq people made their shaman fight the shaman of the northern people, undertook another raid, and killed a number equal to those that had been lost. 28. The Youthful Warrior. A man wearing a bear's skin climbed a tree, and was accidentally killed by his brothers-in-law. Some time later his young nephew heard of it and bathed for strength. For men went out to carve things for a shaman, and the young man was deceived into thinking that they had been killed by the same persons who had shot his uncle, so he started out to war. After he had killed a great many people he was induced to give up fighting by some words uttered by his father's sister. After a time he killed one of his own clan from another town and lost some of his immediate friends in return, so he decided to go to war, but he was captured and many of his people were killed. Then he promised not to fight again, so they let him take the bodies of his people home. Some time afterward a man from Prince of Wales Island, on the way to Chilkat, visited him to inquire about that place. Then his visitor continued up to Chilkat and brought home great quantities of presents in payment for dancing. A rich man started route Chilkat for Kâ'gwantân to obtain property for a dead friend. He was so high that no one dared speak to him until a poor man rushed down with a war spear as if he were going to kill him. This was to shame them for their delay, and they immediately brought the visitor ashore and paid him for his dead friend. 29. The First War in the World. A man named Ê'naxxî'daq killed a large devilfish with his spear, but perished in doing so. Afterward his spirit came to a man of his clan who was very powerful. Having tested his spirits, the people started to war. Just before they reached the fort a brave man there was killed by a little boy held captive among them. Then they came upon the fort and destroyed it. Now the southern people started north. On the way they came to a great climber whom they tried to test by seeing if he could climb a very steep cliff near Huna. He went up and got away. Afterward he came down to the place where they were camping and liberated his steersmen to whom they had tied their canoes. The enemy then attacked a fort and killed all of the people except one woman who was pregnant. Her they carried south, and she gave birth to a boy, who became a wealthy shaman, purchased his mother's freedom, and went north with her. Then he performed for his own people, and they set out to war and destroyed many towns, but spared that in which he had formerly lived. Now the southern people made a great raid, capturing fort after fort. At the second fort 2 canoes attempted to pass down through a tideway at half tide and were destroyed. From another they were driven off by means of clam shells. In one fort a man was living alone because he was very jealous of his wife, and while the warriors were talking to him one of their canoes ran against a rock and split in two, so they left him. When they had no more space for slaves, the southern people destroyed the canoes at every fort so that the northern people could not retaliate. The bulk of the northern people, however, had been encamped along the coast to the westward. When they heard what had happened they cut down an enormous spruce, hollowed it out, and started to war the following spring. The southern people thought that the northern people could not do anything to them. They were scattered about in various camps and fell an easy prey to their enemies. 30. How Protestant Christianity was first heard of at Sitka. A man returning to Sitka from the south told his people that Ê'naxxî'daq, God, had come down from heaven to help them, and the women dressed up and began dancing. They danced an entire year. Myths recorded in English at Wrangell. 31. Raven. This version of the Raven story contains, besides frequent minor variations, many episodes not found in the Sitka version, and a number of stories usually given independently are incorporated into it. Only the sections that do not occur in the Sitka version are noted at length. Raven's mother kept losing her children, until Heron told her to swallow a red-hot pebble. She did so and gave birth to Raven, who was called from that circumstance Hammerfather. Ê'naxxî'daq tried to make human beings out of rock and leaf, but the latter was quicker and man came from it, so there is death. Then he told them that if they lived right there would be a good place for them afterward. One time Raven sent a woman into the other world to convince her that it existed. So she went along the spirit trail and was ferried across a river at the end of it to the ghosts' country. The ghosts told her that they were hungry, thirsty, and cold, so, when she got back she told people to send the dead food and to burn their bodies. Raven taught people to have slaves and shamans, also to make all kinds of hooks, spears, traps, and canoes. He went under the sea and visited all of the fish people, teaching men afterward that fish are really human beings. Then Raven instituted war. Afterward he told the birds what they were to be like. He told what the land otter would do, especially how it would capture men. Here follows the account of Kâ'ck, Story 5. After this, Raven lived in a cliff near Atcgû'k with north wind, and that is why people believe that cliffs are inhabited by spirits. He also taught them the taboos to be used when paddling on the rivers. The killer whale chief took him into a sweat house and tried to roast him, but Raven outwitted him by concealing a piece of ice nearby. He taught the people that there were Athapaskans, and he taught the Chilkat people how to keep salmon frozen in storehouses all winter. He taught them also about Indian tobacco. Now Raven went to Ê'naxxî'daq and taught the people there to make skin canoes. A man in that country killed all of his wife's people and kept their hands in a basket in his house. When she found it out, the woman asked to be taken to her own town. Her husband left her there with her children, and they found everyone dead. Then her children made a canoe out of skins taken from the bodies, went to their father's town and made him give up their uncle's hands. Afterward they made his town sink under the sea with everybody in it. Raven instructed the boys how to restore their uncles to life. One time Raven came to a town inhabited by ghosts and tried to carry off their property, but it was taken back by invisible hands. He went into the interior and lived with two giants successively. He told the second giant how he might kill Wolverine Man by pretending that he had been caught in Wolverine Man's trap. After Wolverine Man had carried him home, Raven continued to instruct the giant, and helped him burn Wolverine Man's body, which turned into mosquitoes and gnats. Coming to another place, Raven found a woman and her daughter living alone, and he told the latter how to make fire with the fire drill, and then told her to eat some of the powder that comes from it. She gave birth to a boy, who was called Fire Drill's son. When he grew up, his father, Fire Drill, gave him a dog, a bow and arrows, and a club, with which he killed Man with One Eye, a shaman who had destroyed the people of his village. Then he came to the wife of this man, who killed people by throwing her hand, which had a knife fastened to it, at them, and he destroyed her also. Starting inland. He came to Old Mole Woman, who fed him with food taken from between her teeth, and told him where the hawk lived that had carried away his people. When he reached the place, he made the young birds tell him about their father and mother, who came in clouds, and killed them, after which he got ground hogs for the young ones and told them not to eat human beings any more. After that he left enough food with his mother and grandmother to last them all their lives, and went away from them. Pursuing something called Dry Cloud, he came among the mink and the marten people successively, but did not stop until he reached the wolf people. These became jealous of him and tried to destroy him by getting him to jump through a hoop which cut a person in two if he failed. His dog, however, seized it and threw it up to the moon, where it became the ring that indicates change of weather. Now the man and his friend among the wolves kept on after Drycloud and came to an old woman who told them that there was a monster fish nearby. On looking at it, they found only a red cod, which Fire Drill's son killed. He skinned it and dried the skin. After that he married daughter of the Kâ'gwantân, and they had a son named Ê'naxxî'daq, and this man married a woman who had a litter of puppies by the dog. Afterward she found that they were able to take off their dog skins and appear in human form, so she surprised them, gathered together the skins, and burnt them. When Ê'naxxî'daq saw these children he began to maltreat his wife, and her children jumped upon him and killed him. Then they went through Alaska, killing off harmful monsters. One of these, which was like an eagle, used to forewarn other animals, until they made him promise not to do so. Here follows the adventure with the one-legged man told in Story 3. Afterward Ê'naxxî'daq chased Drycloud across the sky and made the Milky Way. Coming to a very cold region in the sky, he wanted to get down, but the clouds prevented until his eldest brother, Ê'naxxî'daq, opened a passage. After that they wanted to kill a monster near Wrangell, so they borrowed the canoe of he who knows everything that happens, and passed many obstacles in it, thereby rendering them harmless. Until they came to the monster and tried to catch its head in a noose. All of their nooses broke, however, until they tried one made out of the sinews of a little bird called Old Person. After that they returned to their mother and sister and went southward with them through the forest, destroying the forest monsters. Coming to an old blind man whose wife had left him, they taught him how to catch fish in a net and how to cook it. They also met an Athabascan shaman with long hair, and he and Ê'naxxî'daq compared the relative strengths of their spirits in the sweat house, Ê'naxxî'daq's proving to be the stronger. So they told the Athabascan not to harm the people in his neighborhood. Then they moved south and tried to cross the Stikine, but their sister, who was menstruant, looked out at them, and they were turned to stone. One time while Raven was traveling along he came to a sculpin who claimed to be older than he, so he placed it in the sky where it still is, the Pleiades. He also sent a canoe load of halibut fishermen thither. He invited the seal people to a feast, smeared their foreheads with pitch which ran down over their eyes, and then clubbed them. He married the daughter of a chief named Fog over the Salmon, who obtained a quantity of salmon for him by simply washing her hands in a basket filled with water. One time he hit her with a piece of dried salmon, and she went away, taking all of the salmon with her. He wanted to marry another high-caste woman, but a bird named Sagwan told the people how he had treated his first wife and they rejected him. Going on from there, he turned an old man named Ê'naxxî'daq into a handsome youth, and told him to marry the girl. This man did so, but on the way home resumed his proper shape. When his wife's people came to visit him, he had to receive them in his miserable hovel because no one else would have anything to do with him. When he went out after water, however, he came to an old woman at the bead of the stream who made him young again, and gave him a basket full of dentalia through which he became rich. Some time afterward his wife wished to marry among the bird people, and at last the Brants carried her off, finally dropping her naked. She came to an old woman and obtained some fox skins. She was now really a fox, and let herself be killed by her father. On cutting the fox open, however, they discovered her copper ornaments, and laid her on top of the house, when she revived and became a great shaman. After this Raven changed himself into a woman, and married the killer whale chief's son. She stole their food at night, and when her labret was discovered in a box of grease, pretended that it had gone there of its own accord. By and by she killed her husband, and pretended to mourn over his body while in reality eating him. Raven pretended he was going to make all of the killer whales white, but instead of doing so killed and ate them. Then he came to the fishhawk and began living upon its food, saying that he was going to bring it food in return later on. He tried to live with another bird, also, but the bird left him. He married among the goose people, but they discovered him eating a goose, so they left him. After this Raven was invited to a feast, but did not come at once, and they went on without him. When he did come they paid him no attention, and he had nothing but leavings. Then Raven gave a feast himself, and instituted the feast customs. Now Raven returned to the house of his grandfather, Ê'naxxî'daq, and liberated the flickers which had been kept under his mother's arms. For this his grandfather tried to kill him by having a tree fall upon him, and a canoe close in on him, and by putting him into a kettle full of water over the fire, successively, but in vain, so, finally he raised a great flood. Raven and his mother climbed from one retaining timber to another in Ê'naxxî'daq's house, which was really the world itself, and finally flew to the highest cloud in the sky and hung there. While his mother floated on the water in the skin of a diver. Then he let go and fell upon a kelp. Next he obtained sea urchins from the bottom of the sea and deceived the woman who controls the tide, so as to make it go down. He and another person tried out grease, and the other for a deceit Raven practiced put him inside of a box of grease and kicked him off of a cliff. All of the people of a Nass town named Ê'naxxî'daq were killed except a chief, his sister, and his sister's daughter. Then the chief got old man who foresees all troubles in the world to help him. This old man gave him an arrow which enabled him to kill many of his enemies, but finally he disobeyed instructions and was himself killed, while his sister and her daughter fled to the woods. Having offered her daughter in marriage and refused all of the animals, this woman finally accepted the sun's son. Then he put his mother-in-law into a tree where she became the echo, and took his wife up to the sky. There she had 8 children, who were let down to earth on the town site of Ê'naxxî'daq and were helped by the sun to destroy all of their enemies. One time a woman of the same town stepped upon some grizzly bear excrement and was carried away by the bear people. Finally she was helped by an old woman, and ran away. As she went she threw various articles behind her which obstructed her pursuers, and at last she was taken into the canoe of a man named Ê'naxxî'daq who married her and took her home. Her husband had also for wife a big clam, which killed the new wife, but was in turn destroyed by her husband, who also restored her to life. Finally she went back to her father, but she had really been living underground all this time and was very filthy. After a time she gave birth to a boy who was very smart. When he was out fishing he was taken into his father's house and received a magic club which killed of itself. With this he destroyed a giant crab and a giant mussel which used to kill people. By and by this boy had a son, who was very different from him and was called Man That Eats the Leavings. At that time the daughter of a chief in a neighboring village said something about the devilfish for which she was carried off by them and married to a devilfish man. Presently her 2 children came up to visit their grandfather and he learned what had become of her. Then he invited her and her husband and children, and killed the husband, keeping her with them. For this the devilfish made war upon them and suffocated several people, but Man That Cats the Leavings happened along and stopped them. Then Man That Eats the Leavings lived in a brush house on the beach, and the rest of his story is similar to that of Garbage Man in story 89. Man That Eats the Leavings had a son who was a great hunter. One time, when he was out hunting, he lost consciousness and, coming to, found himself surrounded by several men who taught him the secret society dances. After a time he went to the Queen Charlotte Islands and was told about 2 youths who had become wizards by sleeping on the beach among driftwood. They would be out all night, flying around among the brants and geese. Finally a man found it out by fasting and drinking sea water, but they paid him not to tell about them. When he got back to Alaska the secret society man told this story, and wherever it was repeated there began to be wizards. One time Raven went shooting with some boys, when the canoe was upset and they were drowned, and he changed them into sea birds. At the southern end of Prince of Wales Island he met a man called Ê'naxxî'daq, who had lost everything by gambling, and he enabled him to meet greatest gambler and win. So Ê'naxxî'daq renewed the game and got back everything he had lost besides all that his antagonist had owned. Then his opponent's wife left him, and he went away and lived by himself. From a grouse this latter learned of a great medicine man, who in turn taught him a medicine which would make him a great dancer. He went to another town and pleased people so much by his dances and the songs that he composed that they paid him a great deal of property, and he became wealthy. After a while he taught a chief's son, so that he became a still better dancer, but the boy's father determined that it was best to leave this sort of dancing to low-caste people, reserving the chief's dance for those of high caste. The man that first learned about dancing was upset in a canoe and became a land otter man called Ê'naxxî'daq, who has very great power. Some time afterward 4 boys were drawn out to sea after some black ducks, upset there, and taken into the land otters' dens. A shaman told the people where they were, and they burned out the dens, killing many otters, but Ê'naxxî'daq escaped with the boys. Now the land otters made war on human beings, and the bodies of the latter broke out in pimples and sores which were really caused by the spider crab shell arrows. At last some people came upon 2 white land otters, which they carried home and treated as if they were dear, peace ambassadors. Then the land otters came to the town and danced to make peace. The people of that place were now very happy, but before they could leave it Raven came to them and told them not to go away. When 4 boys were at last sent, a man came down from the woods and told them that 3 would die successively, while the 4th would reach home, announced that the shaman was to die, and then perish. Everything happened as he foretold, so that the people were very much frightened and no longer dared to leave town. A child which cried very much was carried away by man with a burning hand, and when its parents found it, was lying in a hole in the cliff, and ants were crawling out of its nose, eyes, and ears. Now follows a much longer version of story 93, below. Instead of being brought home at once from the Sea Lion Rock, according to this version the hero was abandoned there and taken into the house of the sea lions, where he cured a wounded sea lion and received a box in return which controlled the winds. Inside of this he drifted ashore. Next follows the story of the monster devilfish, story 11. At Tuxecan a girl began to nurse a woodworm, which grew so large that the people became afraid, induced her to come away from it, and killed it. Since then her people, the Ê'naxxî'daq, have used it as a crest. A shaman there named Ê'naxxî'daq was sent for by the land otters to cure one of their number, who was carried along concealed under a mat. When they reached their town they tried to make him think that the sick person was in another house, but his rattle and belt ran ashore ahead of him to the right place. Then he cured the sick otter by drawing an arrow point out of its side. Soon afterward the shaman was found lying upon a sandy beach not far from his own town with gulls flying about him. 32. Kâ'gwantân. This story is partially identical with story 104. A man named Kâ'gwantân went up among the Athapaskans and taught them all sorts of ways of collecting and preserving food. Then he brought them down to the grass people, who sent them away, so they came to the Ê'naxxî'daq. After that the Ê'naxxî'daq settled along the coast above Cross Sound. One time the Ê'naxxî'daq of Chilkat gave a feast and made a raven hat. The Ê'naxxî'daq also made a raven out of coppers, and took it to the Kâ'gwantân when they went to feast them. War followed with the Chilkat, and at first the Ê'naxxî'daq were defeated, but, when they had obtained new spearheads made of iron that had been washed ashore on some wreckage, they renewed the fight, killed Chief Ê'naxxî'daq, and carried off his carved pole. Then the Chilkat went to Kâ'ck, and they made peace. 33. Origin of the Ê'naxxî'daq. A certain woman disliked her son-in-law very much because he was lazy and fond of gambling. When the people went to camp he split a tree in 2, spread it apart, and caught a lake monster. He put on its skin and then began catching fish and sea animals, which he left where his mother-in-law could find them. She thought she was a shaman, and began prophesying what animal would be left next. One time the raven called just as her son-in-law was coming out of the monster's skin in front of the village, and died, and, when she found who had been bringing in the animals, his mother-in-law died of shame. After that the man's wife had his body and the skin carried back to the edge of the lake. There he came to life and carried her down into his house at the bottom. He became the Ê'naxxî'daq, and their children are the women at the head of the creeks. 34. A story of the Ê'naxxî'daq. A chief accompanied by his nephews anchored in front of a cliff near the mouth of Nass. During the night all were carried away by the Ê'naxxî'daq except the chief, who was discovered there and brought home. At first the people prepared to wage war in retaliation, but the chief induced them to invite the Ê'naxxî'daq to a feast instead. The latter came, restored the chief's nephews, and gave each of them a headdress, rattle, and songs. 35. Origin of the Ê'naxxî'daq. The first part of this is another version of Story 94, while the latter part is a version of the last episode in Story 105. 36. The Thunders. A girl offended a snail and was found next morning on the side of a high cliff with a big snail coiled about her. Then her brothers made wings, flew up to her, and brought her down. Afterward they brought food to the people of that town, and finally they became the Thunders. 37. Origin of the Screech Owl. A woman at Sitka refused to give her mother-in-law herring, and when she held out her hand for some, dropped the hot milt of a male herring into her hand and burned it. When her son came home the old woman told him. Then the son went out in his canoe, brought in a load of herring, and told his wife to go down and bring it up. She went down without her basket, and began calling to them to bring it to her. As they paid no attention, she kept on calling, and she called all night. Finally her voice changed to the hooting of an owl, and she also changed into an owl. 38. Little Felon. A little person came out of the felon on a man's finger. He was a hard worker and a fast runner. One time he raced Heron all the way around Prince of Wales Island. A certain woman would give her daughter only to the person who should guess to what animal a louse skin she had belonged. Little Felon helped a young man to guess it and afterward assisted him to overcome various monster animals the woman sent him after. Finally he helped him bring up the old woman's bracelet from under the ocean. By and by this young man and his wife had a quarrel and she disappeared. He went hunting for her and became a beach snipe. 39. Origin of the fern root and the ground hog. A cliff fell over on some girls, imprisoning all of them. They rubbed grease on the rocks, and the birds enclosed with them pecked at it and pecked a hole through. As the last girl was trying to get out through this aperture the rock closed on her, and her head and breast became the fern root, but her hinder portion the ground hog. 40. The halibut that divided the Queen Charlotte Islands. An unsuccessful fisherman on the Queen Charlotte Islands finally caught a small halibut which flopped about on the beach. And at last increased so in size that it smashed that town to pieces and the Queen Charlotte Islands themselves into numerous fragments. 41. The image that came to life. A young Haida lost his wife, of whom he was so fond that he had an image carved to resemble her. He cherished this for a long time, until it finally came to life, but it neither moved nor spoke much. It gave birth to a flourishing red cedar, and that is why cedars are so fine on the Queen Charlotte group. 42. Djawin. An orphan girl named Jen was very badly treated. One time she determined to stay on an island by herself, and while there she became a shaman and discovered a great quantity of food which made her rich. By and by the town chief's daughter fell sick and all kinds of shamans were summoned to no purpose. Finally they called Jen, who found that the wild canary, had bewitched her. She made this bird find the charm and throw it into the sea. Then the bird was taken at its own request to a place some distance from the village, where it disappeared. 43. The self-burning fire. All of the people of a certain town on Copper River died of starvation except 8 men. These started to walk down to the sea, but fell by the way one at a time. Then the last man came to a self-burning fire which warmed him, and all of his friends came to life and assembled around it. 41. The Giant of Tsna. A boy whose people had died off met a giant and shot him in the mouth, bringing them all back. 45. The woman who married a land otter. Another version of Story 6, which differs principally in making the man visit the land otter town. 46. The land otter's captive. A Sitka man was captured and carried south by the land otters. There he met an aunt who had been captured long before, and her husbands brought him back again. He was now a land-otter man, and annoyed the people so much that they captured him and restored him by harsh treatment to his senses. 47. The man fed from the sky. During a period of scarcity, a chief's nephew received food through the smoke hole, with which he filled the empty food boxes and feasted all of his uncle's people. Then his uncle gave him his younger wife, who had been kind to him. 48. The salmon sack. A poor boy went fishing and pulled up a sack filled with multitudes of salmon. 49. Roots. A version of Story 13. 50. The mucus child. All of the people of a certain village disappeared except a woman and her daughter. The latter swallowed some mucus and gave birth to a boy who grew rapidly. By and by he met a being called Strength, who made him bathe every day, pull up trees, and break rocks, till he was very strong. After that he climbed to the top of a mountain, found a town occupied by wolves, and killed all. He came to another wolf town and obtained the box of his uncle's lives. After he had left this in each house for 4 days, his people all came to life again. 51. The salmon chief. A man came upon a salmon lying on the beach and was about to take it home, when the salmon spoke to him, telling him to put it into the sea. He did so and afterward caught many salmon. Another time he met a salmon in the same place, which told him to eat it and put the bones of its head under his pillow. In the morning he saw 2 fine baby boys there. One always stayed at home, but the other was very energetic and started away. He came to an old woman who told him about a 7-headed monster to which they were about to give the chief's daughter. The boy killed this monster and married the girl. 52. The jealous uncle. A man was so jealous of his wife that he killed all of his nephews but one by pushing them inside of the shell of a big clam or into the hole of a devilfish. The last of the nephews obtained an eagle-down bracelet which enabled him to turn into a ball of feathers, and with its assistance destroyed both of the creatures. He also escaped in this manner when his uncle pushed him off a high tree. Finally his uncle fastened him on a plank, which beset adrift, but the plank went ashore where 2 girls lived, and he married them. One of these had been in love with the first boy that was killed. By and by the man returned to his uncle and killed him. 53. The man who married the eagle. The wife of a Haida youth went with the son of the town chief, and when her husband discovered it he shot him. The slayer, escaping by canoe, was abandoned by his slave on a small reef. He got inside of a sea lion's skin, floated ashore, and was found by a girl among the eagle people, whom he married. All his brothers-in-law gave him eagle skins, in which he went hunting. After a while he learned that his mother had been driven out of town, so he carried all kinds of animals to her. One time he killed a whale and left it in front of her house. The people of the town he had come from found this and began cutting it up, but he seized the town chief and carried him, along with the other men in that village, who were holding on to one another, far out to sea, where he drowned them. 54. The Brant wife. This is a version of Story 24. It differs mainly in the concluding portion, according to which the hero was left on a rock far out at sea and was carried ashore by a sea bird. 55. The duck helper. All the people of a certain village died except a woman and her son. One time the boy went far inland and got lost. He came to a lake and found a black duck there, which lent him its coat in which to fly home. 56. The boy who shot the star. 2 boys were great playmates, but one of them said something that displeased the moon, and the moon carried him off. Then the other boy shot an arrow into a star in the sky and kept shooting until he had made a chain reaching down to the earth. This turned into a ladder on which he mounted, living on berries borne on branches stuck into his hair. Arrived in the sky country, he met an old woman who told him where to go for his friend and how to get him. Then he went to the moon's house, pulled his friend out from a place near the smoke hole where he had been kept, and placed a cone there to imitate his cries. When the people discovered that their captive was gone, they pursued, but the boys threw behind them some things that the old woman had provided, which turned into great obstacles, and escaped to her house. Afterward, by her direction, they lay down where the second boy had lain, went to sleep there, and, when they woke up, found themselves on the earth below. 57. The Boy and the Giant. A little boy went hunting and came upon a giant with whom he lived for a long time. As the giant was carrying him along, they came upon a very small bird, which the boy shot and put into the bosom of his shirt. This bird was so heavy for the giant that he had to throw it away. By and by another giant attacked the first, and would have killed him, but the boy threw his friend's club, made out of a beaver skeleton, at the intruder, and it chewed off his legs, so that he was easily destroyed. 58. The Boy with Arrows on His Head. A boy was born with sharp arrow points on his head. He was of so evil a disposition that he killed his own mother and afterward ran about in the forest, destroying all he met. At last an uncle of his killed him and burned his body, the ashes of which became minute gnats. 59. Ê'naxxî'daq. A somewhat extreme variant of part of story 4. The hero obtains the favor of the red cod people by painting them red and of the shark people by painting them black. 60. The Ê'naxxî'daq. A shaman took his friends to a place near Sitka and seated them there facing the sea. Then a large number of killer whales came near and fought a flat fish with sharp edges, called Ê'naxxî'daq, which killed all of them except 3. Some time later the shaman took them out again and the same thing recurred. The killer whales got devilfishes and a big halibut to assist them successively with like result, but finally they brought a big crab by which the Ê'naxxî'daq was destroyed. 61. The East and North Winds. A man married the daughter of East Wind, and afterward he married the daughter of North Wind. Everyone thought the latter was very pretty on account of her sparkling clothing, but when the east wind began to blow it disappeared, for it was only frost and icicles. 62. The Big Beaver. Some people drained a beaver lake and killed all of the beaver there except one very large one. Some time afterward they went up to that place and heard a woman singing, and on their way down they were all drowned. Most of them were taken captive by the big beaver. 63. Beaver and Porcupine. A short version of story 15. 64. The Man Who Entertained the Bears. A man who had lost all of his friends did not care to live, so he lay down across a grizzly bear trail. When the bears came down, however, he invited them to his house to a feast, upon which they went straight back into the forest. Early next day they came down, and he fed them, after which they licked the paint from his breast and arm. Next day the smallest bear came back, told their host that he was a human being who had been carried off by the bears, and interpreted what the bear chief had said in his speech the day before. 65. Mountain Dweller. 2 girls ate between meals, contrary to the taboos, and their mother scratched the inside of the mouth of the elder and scolded them both. Among other things she told them that they could not marry Mountain Dweller. Then the girls ran away, and after wandering for some time, came to Mountain Dweller, who married them. While they were there their mother-in-law killed them because they looked at her while she was eating, but Mountain Dweller killed her in turn and restored them to life. After that they went to their father's town, and their husband accompanied them, carrying a magic basket which contained an enormous amount of food, and yet was made small enough to be carried on his thumb. Afterward they killed their mother in revenge. 66. How the Sitka Kîksa'dî obtained the frog. A man and his wife hunting near Sitka heard a frog singing. Both claimed it at first, but finally the man let his wife have it, and her people, the Kîksa'dî, have used it ever since. 67. Qaq. Atcgû'k. A very successful fur seal hunter was driven to a rock far out at sea where there was a great abundance of sea animals. After some months he and his companions set out on their return, guiding themselves by the sun. At length they came in sight of the summit of Mount Atcgû'k and later of Verstavea. They rested on Kâ'gwantân Island, and then came to Daxd, where the people were camping, and were received joyfully. The elder of his 2 wives had grieved for him all this time and was the first to catch sight of him, but the younger had married again and now felt very much ashamed. 68. The Beaver of Killisnoo. A beaver was captured by some of the Ditsitan, who afterward found 2 spears that it had made. Becoming offended, it killed its master with one of these and then caused the earth on which his house stood to fall in. It had previously made a great excavation underneath. 69. Story of the grizzly bear crest of the Ê'naxxî'daq. Almost the same as story 19. 70. Story of the eagle crest of the Ê'naxxî'daq. A poor man out hunting was guided by an eagle to a great house up in the woods. This was occupied by eagles, and the man was so happy among them that he married there and remained with them forever. Then his brothers-in-law gave him an eagle skin with which he caught all kinds of fish. Some of these he left where his mother and brothers could find them, and he told them in a dream what had become of him, and that it was he that was providing them with food. One day they saw him bringing in some fish, and heard him say, "It is I." 71. Story of the killer whale crest of the Tlingit. A man quarreled so much with his wife that his brothers became ashamed of it and left him on an island out at sea. There be whittled out from various kinds of wood killer whales, to which he endeavored to give life, and was finally successful with yellow cedar. He sent these out to upset his brothers-in-law's canoes and destroy them. 72. Story of the Ê'naxxî'daq crests. At the time of the flood a grizzly bear and a mountain goat accompanied the Ê'naxxî'daq as they were climbing a mountain. Since then they have used those animals as crests. 73. Story of the frog crest of the Kîksa'dî of Wrangell. A youth kicked a frog over on its back and lost his senses. His body was taken home, but his soul had been captured by the frogs. He was tied to a post by them until the chief came home, who upbraided him for having treated one of his own people, also a Kîksa'dî, in this manner. Then he let him go, and immediately his body revived. He told his friends all that had happened to him. 74. Story of the Kâ'gwantân crests. A man removed a bone from the mouth of a wolf and next night dreamed that he had come to a fine town where the wolf told him something that would make him lucky. While members of this clan were out camping, a bear stole some fish by reaching down through the smoke hole. Then they called it a thief, and it became so angry that it destroyed all of them. Afterward the people made war on all of those bears who were cats' children, see story 19, and destroyed them. 75. Migration of the Ê'naxxî'daq to Tongass. A man at Kâ'gwantân lost all of his property in gambling, and his wife left him. Then he took the sons of his 7 sisters and started away by canoe. Finally they settled at Tongass. While there they saw an animal that looked like a bear and shot at it, but it was medicine, and a clayey substance came off on their arrow points, which enabled them to get plenty of game, and which also caused them to become handsome men. One time they went farther on and came to a Tsimshian town. After that a canoe came to them from their friends, and when these found what had happened to them, all joined them. 76. The woman who married the frog. A version of story 22. 77. The girl who married the owl. A girl said something about a fish called Ê'naxxî'daq, and afterward the fish married her. He was a very good polo player, and one time the boys became so jealous of him that they knocked him down and made fun of him. Then the Ê'naxxî'daq told his father-in-law to tie down his house firmly, and went off upstream. There he grew large, lay down across Chilkat River for a while, and then got up, letting the stream sweep all of the houses away except that of his father-in-law. 78. The woman who married a tree. The spirit of a spruce tree at one end of a village came to a girl and married her, and they had a son. One day the child began calling for its father, and after all the other people had been called in, the tree people were summoned, and the child recognized an old man near the door as its parent. 79. The girl who married the fire spirit. A girl said something to the fire which offended it, so that it carried her away and married her. After her people had hunted everywhere for her they kept the fires extinguished as much as possible, and she was sent back. For some time she kept going back and forth from her husband to her father and mother, but once her nephew, who was in love with her, seized a spoon that she was holding and her fire husband treated her badly on account of it. She never went back to him. 80. Orphan. A poor girl was so smart and painstaking that she married a wealthy man. She became proud, however, and treated her poor adopted brothers ungenerously. By and by her husband died and his relatives took all of his property, leaving her as poor as before. 81. The Dead Basket Maker. A man used to cry over his dead wife's incomplete basket. By and by he married again, and one time, when he was playing with his new wife, the basket fell from above over his head and almost strangled him, so that the people were obliged to cut it loose. 82. The Crying for Medicine. The wife of a certain man kept running away from him. One time when B was out hunting, he pursued what he thought was a bear and saw it go into a hole in the side of a cliff. He knew that it was medicine, so he took his slave up to the top of the cliff and let him down in front of it, telling him to reach a dipper in and take whatever came out. With the things so obtained the man compounded a medicine which made his wife want to come back to him, but he refused to take her. It would also bring down any animal he wanted, so that he became very wealthy. 83. The Runaway Wife. The wife of a Haida youth kept leaving him until he learned from a certain woman how to make her love him. When she tried to come back, however, he refused to take her, and married somebody else. 84. The Rejected Lover. A youth was in love with his cousin, but she would have nothing to do with him. Finally, in order to please her she made him throw away his clothing and ornaments and pull out all of his hair, after which she left him. Then a loon came to him and restored his hair by diving under water with him. It also gave back his clothing and landed him at another town where he married the daughter of Kâ'gwantân. A long time afterward they went back to his people. Every day while they were there he brought his wife water, and she put a quill into it before drinking to see whether he had been faithful to her. One day the girl he had formerly been in love with seized his hand, and when his wife tried her quill the water was slimy. Then she left him and started to walk home on the surface of the sea. He followed her, but presently she looked round on him and he went down out of sight. 85. The Faithless Wife. The wife of a certain man pretended to die and was put into the grave box. Then the son of the town chief, with whom she was in love, took her to his father's house and married her. One time her little girl came to that house for fire, saw her, and told her father. Then her father went to the grave box and saw it was empty, and through the smoke hole of the chief's house he saw her playing with the chief's son. Then he made himself a wizard by playing with dead men's bones, flew to the chief's house, and ran 2 sharp-pointed sticks into the hearts of his wife and her new husband. Next morning he went out gambling. 86. The Woman Who Married the Dead Man. A girl kicked aside the skull of a dead person, and the following night 2 boys came to her and she married one of them. This was the man who had owned the skull. The 2 youths stayed there for a long time. When they hunted they went all through the actions of paddling, spearing, and camping without ever leaving the house. When they pretended to get back, however, their canoe would be found on the beach loaded with fish and seals. They were slowly becoming materialized when another girl became jealous of them and destroyed them by marking the places where they sat with human blood. 87. The Return from Spirit Land. After the death of a certain woman her husband, who was very fond of her, started off aimlessly and came by the spirit road to a lake. He shouted to the people on the other side to come over and get him, but they did not hear him until he spoke in a whisper. After he reached the other side he found his wife and started back with her. At first nothing could be seen of her but a shadow, but gradually she became more and more distinct. She was about to resume her proper shape, when a young man who had been in love with her lifted the curtain which was stretched around her and her husband, and both went back to Ghost Land. 88. The Sky Country. A man whose wife had died felt so lonely that he set out after her along the beach. He soon found himself in a wide trail, and met a woman tanning a skin, who directed him to his wife. The people in the town where she was staying wanted to burn him, but he made them think he was more afraid of being thrown into the water, so he saved himself. They were really in the sky. By and by a spider woman let them down, and they returned home. 89. The origin of copper. A woman was carried away by the grizzly bear people, escaped, and impeded her pursuers by throwing small objects behind her which changed into great obstructions. Finally she was taken up into the sun in a canoe and married the sun's sons, who made way for her by killing their former cannibal wife above at Tsimshian town. Therefore there are many cannibals among the Tsimshian. At last the woman returned to her parents in a canoe which was like a live grizzly bear. By and by her husbands became angry with her and left her. Then she and her child lived in a brush house covered with filth, at one end of the town. When he got larger her boy shot something in the lake which proved to be his father's canoe, and pounded out all kinds of copper objects from the metal of which it was composed. Then he married the daughter of the town chief and became a great man. 90. The man who was abandoned. A lazy man was abandoned by his townspeople, who left him nothing except a piece of dried fish which one of his uncle's wives dropped into a post hole. After that a small animal killed all kinds of game for him, and he became wealthy, while the other people were starving. By and by some slaves were sent to burn his body and were feasted by him. They were told not to say anything about him, but one of them concealed a piece of fat for her child, and the cries of the infant over this food let the truth be discovered. Then they went to him and he became a great chief. He married the woman who had been good to him, but killed his uncle's other wife and her husband. 91. The shaman who went into the fire, and the heron's son. A little boy was so badly treated by his uncle's wife that he went off into the woods, made 8 nests, like those of the salmon, along the edge of a stream, and spent as many nights in them. So he became a shaman and could bring to himself and destroy all kinds of animals by means of his songs. By and by his uncle searched for him and found him. A spirit called Ê'naxxî'daq came to him and took him into the fire, and he burned down to a very small size, but his uncle, obeying his directions, took him out, put him into a basket, and so restored him. Afterward he had his uncle send for his wife, but he took the bottom part of her away so that what she ate did her no good. By and by a spirit showed itself in the form of a bear, after the shaman had been carried into the fire, searing his uncle's wife so that she died, while the uncle forgot to take his nephew out of the fire and let him burn up. At once all of the animals that had been killed came to life and ran away. All the people of the town to which this shaman had belonged disappeared except a woman and her daughter. The woman called for something to marry her daughter and was answered by the heron, by whom the daughter had a son very fond of hunting. One time he found a fish called Ê'naxxî'daq swimming in a pool, reared it, and, when it became as large as himself, killed it and made use of its skin. After a while he went up on one of the 2 trails on which his uncles had disappeared, saw a finger sticking up there, pulled up the being to which it belonged, and killed it. Then he went along in the other trail, saw a head, and killed the being to which it belonged. Next he went along the beach, came upon a monster devilfish, and killed it by means of his Ê'naxxî'daq coat. He killed an enormous rat in the same manner. Then he came to a cannibal woman who offered him human flesh to eat. When he refused it she threw a mussel shell at him to kill him, but he jumped aside, threw the shell back, and destroyed her. He put her body into the fire and the ashes became mosquitoes. Then he met and killed her cannibal husband. 92. Mountain Dweller. Another version of story 65. 93. Kâhâ. I the strong man. In a certain town 2 persons were bathing for strength in order to kill sea lions. One of these, the town chief, bathed in public accompanied by all of the town people, while his nephew bathed during the night only, and lay in bed all day, pretending that he was a weakling. Finally a being called Strength came to the latter and made him so powerful that he was able to accomplish the feats the chief had set himself, namely, to pull the stump of a branch out of a tree and twist another tree down to the base. Having done so, however, he put them into their original positions, and when the chief tried them next he thought that he had become strong. When they started out for the Sea Lion Islands, they let Kâhâ I go along also, and, while the chief was killed, Kâhâ I destroyed 2 big sea lions, one with each hand. 94. The Ê'naxxî'daq. A man saw a woman and 2 children floating in Audiobook Lake, and he captured one of the children and brought it home. During the night the child gouged out the eyes of all the people living in the village except one woman, and ate them. This woman killed the child, and taking on her back her own child, to which she had just given birth, she went up into the woods and became the Ê'naxxî'daq. As she went along she ate mussels and fitted the shells together. 95. Origin of the frog Crest among the Kîksa'dî. Another version of story 66. 96. How the Kîksa'dî came to Sitka. When the Kîksa'dî first reached Sitka some people, called Sky People, killed all of them except one woman who concealed herself in a cave. She called for someone to marry her, and, after having refused all the animals, married the sun's son. By him she had 4 boys and a girl, and their grandfather placed them inside of a fort which he let down on the site of their former village. Then the enemy came upon them, and when they were in danger, their grandfather heated the land so hot that the enemy ran down into the sea. They found that boiling hot also and were destroyed. 97. The 4 brothers. In order to destroy a malevolent shaman, 4 brothers let their sister marry him, took her back, and got her to tell them the location of her husband's heart. They killed him outside of Ring Island, Sitka Sound, and took away his red snapper coat. One of these brothers, named Atcgû'k, then put this on and used it in the pursuit of large animals. By and by he pursued an animal up into the sky and his footprints formed the Milky Way. 128. 98. The Kîksa'dî woman who was turned into an owl. Another version of story 37. 99. Moldy-End. A small boy made an angry remark about a piece of moldy salmon and was carried off by the salmon people to their town. When he became hungry he began eating the salmon eggs lying upon the beach, but was told that they were salmon dung. Finding that he was homesick, his salmon father diverted him by sending him to Amusement Creek and placing his arms around 2 sandhill cranes. By and by they started back with him, and passed through something called sit which opens and closes, and scars those salmon which are caught in it. When they camped they made other scars by throwing hot rocks upon one another, as if cooking. Then they met the herring tribe, with which they had a verbal contest, and finally announced what creeks they would enter. The boy's father went to Ê'naxxî'daq, where the boy let his human father spear him. When his mother began to cut him open she discovered his copper necklace, and concluded it was her son. His father put him into a basket and placed it upon the roof, where his spirit began to work in him, and he turned back into a man. Then he became a great shaman and told the people what had happened to him. By and by he tested his spirits by sending a raft load of his people over a waterfall under the sea. The next morning it came up with all the people safe. He sent his clothes man to spear land otter, and, although he had him throw his spear across a point at an invisible animal, it struck the land otter on the tip of the tail and killed it. He lived to be more than 100. 100. Moldy-End. Wrangled version of the above story, more detailed in the main portion but without the last episode. 101, Qaq, Atcgû'k. Another version of story 67. 102. The sea lion hunt. Some hunters killed a large number of sea lions by pushing sharpened sticks into their noses. 103. The war in the spruce canoe. The Chilkat people once warred against the Stikine in a spruce canoe and killed numbers of people. This probably refers to story 29. 104. Story of the Kâ'gwantân. A noted hunter named Kâ'gwantân killed the sleep bird, and along with it all his own people. Being unable to sleep himself, he wandered north to the mouth of Ê'naxxî'daq River where he tried to trap a groundhog, but found a frog in his trap instead. He thought he saw some people but found they were stones. Then he went up the river and came among the Athapaskans, whose goodwill he obtained by teaching them how to catch Yulikan, thus preserving them from starvation. In spring they accompanied him back to his own people, bringing loads of furs with them. They came first to the grass people, but these were afraid and sent them away, so they went to the Kâ'gwantân, who opened trade with them and became rich. The Athapaskans traded particularly for a kind of seaweed. From the wealth thus obtained the Kâ'gwantân built Shadow House, and had a great feast. By and by the chief's daughter, who was menstruant, said something to anger the glacier, and it extended itself over the town, driving the people to Kâ'ck. Anu, while the T'aq, Denton settled opposite. Later on the people warred with the Low-Caste of Alsek River and captured the wolf post from them. A Low-Caste shaman was attacked by some warriors and flew away. He flew around for some time until a menstruant woman looked at him, making him fall into a pond. The warriors who had attacked him began to tamper with his spirit paraphernalia, and all but one of them were destroyed. Then the Kâ'gwantân erected another house, which they named Wolf House, and carved its posts like the wolf post they had captured. They invited people to the feast from Chilkat, Sitka, and Killisnoo. Slaves Valley then received its name from some slaves who came to life after having been killed and thrown down into it, supposedly dead. Afterward 2 parties of young people contended with each other going after firewood, and later on pushed the house fire over on each other until the great beams caught. As a result of this fight the family scattered, and some moved to Sitka. From that time, too, they came to be known as Burnt House People, Kâ'gwantân. 105, Story of the Kâ'ck. Eqn. After the death of an Athapaskan chief on Copper River the people of his house began fighting over the possession of a dish, and those who lost it determined to emigrate. They set out, and, after losing some of their people in the mist, crossed the mountains near Mount St. Elias and came to the sea. While they were living at the mouth of a large river a little girl reared a sea gull which attained enormous proportions. When it got large her brothers wanted to kill it, but it disappeared together with the girl. By and by the chief sent 6 brothers along shore to hunt for other people. They encountered head winds at one place and lost one of their number, but finally reached Yakutat. When they got back they heard that the name of the girl who had reared the sea gull had been given to another. This girl dug up something long and red in the forest out of which a dish was carved like the one that had been taken away from them. Presently they called in some Burnt House people who were coming south from the mouth of Copper River and entertained them. After this the 6 brothers were sent back to Copper River for a certain copper plate that had been left there, and they went and came in 20 days each way, half the time it had taken the whole band to come out. Then the people all set out for Yakutat, where they were at first received in a hostile manner by the Kâ'ck, Ed and Oed living there, until they purchased a creek from them with the copper plate and settled upon it. This was Kâ'ck, from which they obtained their name. By and by the 6 brothers went hunting, and one of them became so lazy that the others left him for some time. Then a mountain being came to him and helped him to become a great hunter. Finally he sent him home in a canoe which was really a grizzly bear. This bear turned around to be fed when it was hungry, and that is what made the turns in the river. After a time the brothers went up to a glacier at the head of Kâ'ck to hunt, but their canoe was carried away by a swell raised by falling ice. After waiting in vain for succor, they started to cross the glacier, but one of them became dizzy and was carried away by the wolf people. The others got across and were in a starving condition, when the youngest discovered a mountain sheep with very large horns, that was really the mother of the bears. After that they reached home. By and by the 6 brothers started south with their brother-in-law. They tried to cross from Kâ'ck to Ê'naxxî'daq, but were delayed for months by storms. Finally Heavy Wings, their brother-in-law, discovered that this was caused by North Wind, who was in love with his daughter, and gave her to him. After that Heavy Wings saw and caught the Ê'naxxî'daq and became wealthy, but because he did not use exactly the right words at that time he was killed by a copper falling upon him and cutting him open. His nephew also saw the Ê'naxxî'daq, used the right words toward it, and became very wealthy. 106, Origin of a Low-Caste name. Some people found a rock man's son on some rocks and adopted him, but he got them into so much trouble that they carried him back there. Then the weather, which had been bad, immediately cleared. Since that time a low-caste person has been called a man of the rocks.